Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Happy 4th of July weekend for those of you in the US. Is everyone? Hey, Lucas. Hey, Nergalrot. Just got down with your 120 R1 Micron. That's awesome. I want to thank Derek for the gifted memberships a bit ago. And Rod, thank you for the gifted memberships. Away from the computer when that one happened. Hey Bill, hey Derek, hey AD3DP, welcome, glad you can make it. I had a little bit of D&D content this weekend. I'll talk about that in a moment, just a little bit. Tuxedo, what else do we have here? Hey Tin Talon, hey Malfrey, hey Steve, hey Cliff. Let me skip down here. Hey, Neil and Scott, Zybertech and Thomas, and Stefan, and what else do we have? Steve and Spectra and Raj, Kevin and Lord Getface. Our folks. And my coffee. Okay. So it has been a busy couple of weeks. Last time you saw me, I was at I keep saying Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival, but it was Midwest RepRap Festival. And we did a short half-hour stream there. I hope that was enjoyable for folks. It was very hot and humid there, but I had a good time. Hey, OnTech. Hi, Jack and Randy. Hey, Clifford. Hey, John. Hey, Digital Matrix, Rushmere, Boris, and Redacted. Yeah, it was awesome meeting everybody and talking to people. That's what those events are really all about anymore, is the people. See the people and their projects. It was a nice treat to see the Index in person, see Olaf and the Bondtech crew there. Martin Bondhouse was there, and Jonathan, I think, was the other person from the Bondtech crew that was there. So it's cool to see that in person. Not any real new information. They were just taking the opportunity to expand their reach as far as showing it off and getting the hype built. Hey, Nathan. It's like a family reunion. Yeah, I'm very glad to go. I know it's getting a reputation for being a little bit smaller of a show, but I think that's the intent. So it is for it to be what it is, to have fun, be very, very easygoing. Hey, Aetherling and Delvin and 1066. So what do we got? So Murph, and came back from Murph. And the following weekend, I went down with Bill Brothers here. We drove down to Rancho Cucamonga and went to a show called Barz Bash. And we met Derek there. So Derek Sorello met up with us down there. So we got to hang out. And that is a company called Barz Industries that holds an event there every year. It started as a customer appreciation event and then expanded into enthusiasts and content creators in that space and stuff. I got to meet Clow42. It was very enjoyable chatting with him. And the other folks there. So they have a swap meet and a raffle, a nice raffle going, and that kind of stuff. It was basically a Friday afternoon and then all of Saturday, and then we took off and headed back north on Sunday. So, hey Greenbeard. Hey, Joe. So the funny thing about that is, so they have a raffle there. It's a really good raffle. Bill was hyping it up because he went last year and came back with quite a bit of stuff. So they have a good swap meet, so you can find some interesting stuff. I picked up a couple of things, but the raffle is a pretty big thing. So they have an online raffle and an in-person raffle. And Bill's laughing because he knows where this story is going. Bill and I both bought 20 online tickets, and then we get there, you buy in-person tickets. So I bought 20 in-person tickets and Bill bought 15. And then he bought a ticket for the welder that was there. I am not exaggerating when I say that Bill probably had 12 or more of his tickets drawn. 12 or more of his tickets drawn with very good prizes. I had one. And it was a hat. And I'm not even sure I won it because there was another Steve Peterson there. Sort of. It was Peterson, spelled with a D instead of a T. So I went and picked up this hat and then realized, oh crap, that might not have been me. So the other Steve was walking up and I went over to him and said, I really don't know whose name they called, but I don't wear a hat, so you can have this. It's not gonna fit me anyway. So that's not the end of the story. I actually had negative luck at this thing because I had one ticket drawn for a hat. They also had a little spinny wheel thing and had a bunch of prizes on there, little things. There was one space of the 20 or so on this wheel. That one space was donate $20 to the event. Guess which one I got? Yep. They did give me an event shirt as compensation, but it was hilarious. That was a good time. On the way back, Bill and Derek and I met up with Killer Prince near his hometown and had lunch, and then we headed home. So, did you at least autograph the hat for him? He has no idea who I am and doesn't care. Hey, Dr. Dave, I almost wore my my first robotic shirt this morning. I looked at it and thought about it, and I said, I haven't seen Dave on for very long. I'll wait until I see him and then I'll wear it. Seriously, that was the exact thought that went through my mind. So the shirt cost me $40 or $20 and it's not my size. They were out of my size. That's the last little thorn in my side. Hey TJ, been busy with robotics, fun. Oh no, it's Mike. Howdy. Hey Karma. We are going to get into this Micron build today. It's just been a little bit, so I wanted to catch up. It's too big. So at least it's too big. Clearly they don't want you back. Well, this was the last year. This was the last year that it's going on there. The owner is moving and will likely continue the tradition where they are moving to, but it's far south. So it won't be something that I'll end up going to. Hey, Ref. It was fun. I'm glad I did it. But even if it was here, I might not make a huge effort to get down there. Show us up though. Got a shiny new vehicle to soothe his feelings. I did. I ended up finally pulling the trigger on a Maverick. Came home Thursday. I'd been thinking about, because my truck's still having brake problems, and I've been wanting to do that for a long time. So we went to the local dealer and talked, and they're doing their little employee pricing discount thing right now. And I know someone who works at Ford. I checked into it, make sure it was in the range of something reasonable, and it was. So I have a Velocity Blue Maverick Lariat. So love it every time someone on stream reads my name out. It's just like that. Oh no, it's Mike. Yeah. Do you have any plans to look into Mad Max for any printer? I am. So Mad Max is on the list of builds coming up. I have almost all the parts right now. I will be converting my Tridex to a 2-tool changer Mad Max. So it'll go back to a Trident 2-tool changer. Hey, BBs. Scott, welcome. Where are you? I'm gonna guess, and I'm probably got a good chance of guessing, you're not at home. The Maverick is truckish, absolutely, Nurgle. I do not need a truck. I do not need to spend 60+ thousand on a reasonably equipped truck. And I looked at the used market, and I don't want to go very used, so it's not worth buying used right now. I'm not one to save a couple of $1,000s to get a vehicle with someone else's 10 to 40,000 miles on it. So, hey Dan. I presume Dan's here. Yep. It's really hard on gas, yeah. And this is rated 22 city and 30 highway, so that's very reasonable. I did get the EcoBoost, I did not get the hybrid. I did want a the towing package, so I have the 4K towing package, because the hope is to use it instead of the cargo vans. I'll rent a trailer and we'll go to the close by stuff, and it'll be a whole lot more comfortable for us. The Maverick Tremor was loaded to hill and it was only 40K. Exactly. This was well under 40K. So it's comfortable. I like it. it's only a little over 40 miles on it right now. But I'm happy with it. The slate is really interesting. I have no desire to get a vehicle that is, I expect a vehicle to at least last me 5 to 10 years before I decide I want something different. And if I can't have any level of assurance that that company is going to be around to support it for even that long, then it's not on my list. So anyway, let's start. I'm going to inject other things that have been going on, but before I lose everybody to the not build, let's get started. So this is going to be, this is my Micron, and I started the unbuild process because I wanted the stream to take, I figure the unbuild would take most of the first stream. And as it is, it's going to take most of the first stream, taking this the rest of the way apart and then making sure the frame is all good. I wish I could get a U. Once you tow, it would be 12 miles per gallon what you were towing with. No, I agree, and that's fine. And I very, very rarely need to tow, but I want to have the option. So I got it. Hey, Scotty Dog. Started the unbuild. This is the LDO partial kit that we built a little over 2 years ago. It was March of 2023 that we finished this build. I did not put a lot of time on it because as soon as we finished it, I started playing with boop stuff, and it was earlier boop parts, and was never really happy with the way it was going. And then Hartk started working on the R1, the revision stuff, and I started testing those parts on it. So it's been in a cycle of trying parts and working on things, and then it sat in the shelf while I worked on other projects. So this is a very welcome stream to get this in with the latest revision and hopefully get it into the cycle of printers I use, because it's a perfect size for me. So this, like I said, I started to disassemble it. I was going to back up the configuration and stuff, but it turns out that the board's not turning on. So I had the Manta M8P in here, and this is version 1. And investigating the voltage lights on the board, one of them will light up and the other one is dim, but the power and activity lights for the compute module, or the CB1 in this case, don't light up at all. Need to investigate that more, but what I'm gonna end up doing is taking the SD card out, putting in another Pi, mounting it, and grabbing the config. What I really don't care too much about the config, but I want the little bit of history that I have on it off of there. And I'll try to do that on stream so we can go through the process. It won't be today, but that is the plan. Charlie Zulu Oscar, thanks for being a member for 25 months. It's been more than a month since I won a filament giveaway and still have no news from Polymaker. How should I contact them? It was not my first prize though. Is this related? I would not be sure, Roberto. Will you reply to the email I sent you and just give me a little tip that you haven't received it yet, and I'll find out who is the right person to reach out to. We'll figure out what's going on. My Citroen got 70 on the motorway when I first got it. Built my Micron because of your series building that one. I love mine. It's been awesome. Very good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me catch up here. So yes, so I ordered a Leviathan 1.3 and the Nighthawk 36 from KB3D actually this morning. I found out that board wasn't working last night, and it's been a little while since I've ordered from KB3D, so they had them in stock. I went for it. I was between them and Fabrico, and Fabrico didn't have the Leviathan in. So, Raj, thanks for being a member for 9 months. The Shrimp Father Martin, thanks for being a member for 18 months. Poity, 38 months. Thank you. Still procrastinating over getting a Micron. What do we got? Clown Hammer, thanks for being a member. Yes, time does fly. Karma, 7 hours. So this is how this works. Thank you. Pezliz, I did see your message here before. Welcome. Steve Alpha, thanks for being a member for 2 years. KB3D and Fabrico are both great shops. Absolutely. Absolutely. And KB3D is now Philostruder. So that happened. So Philostruder was a very good company. So that's a good thing. Pezliz, thanks for being a member. Dr. Dave, thanks for being a member. Thinking of doing a Fabrico trip soon. Nice. That's my 2 months. Everybody got to start somewhere, Scott. Everybody's got to start somewhere. I just finished converting my Mark 4S to a Core 1. Awesome. How did you like the build, Jim? Did you watch my series and did anything help you? Clown Hammer. Okay, so we'll inject here. Here's the tires. So I have been wanting to do this for a while. Ever since I heard that Sirayatech was coming out with a foaming TPU and they were sending me a roll. The first application I thought of was printing the tires for the Sakura, and those turned out. See, these are the layer change marks. That's not a big deal. It's on the inside, and I can snip those out. But the outside turned out absolutely gorgeous. I did that on the BQ plate, so it's a little shiny, but it stuck well. Didn't have any problems. This is really good, and it feels good. It feels like it's gonna be better than just a slick TPU. This was at 220 degrees. I used the default Color Fab VariAssure profile for the Core 1. And it took a long time. So I printed the first one with 2 perimeters. That's this one. And it took a little over 3 hours, 3.5 hours or whatever. And this one, I went to 3 because I felt it needed a little more support. So I went to 3 perimeters. This one took over 7 hours. Over 7 hours. Let's see, Jim, I just finished. Oh, yep, I just said that. And you said you watch parts. Awesome. The Reverend, thank you for becoming a member. Congrats for my wins at Barz. That must be meant for Bill. Thanks for being a member, Tuxedo. Toho's, thanks for being a member. Anyone chat know what happened to deep fried? I don't have any of the story on that. It came out great. Yeah, I'm really pleased. Maybe a bad idea, but getting a classic and a Gigamate mod. I don't know what that is. What hardness TPU? It's a variable, it's a foaming TPU. So the level of foaming depends on the temperature that you print it at. And this was at the low end of the temperature range. I will be trying a higher end, but I want to try this settings, a full set of them on the car and see how it does. What brand is it? That was Sirayatech Air. Fadus has a version, and of course Color Fab is the original. It is. Well, I mean, it's the default profile for that just has the speed turned way down, the GPs. Hey, Kobe. Maurice, thanks for being a member. Scott, thanks for being a member. Welcome to Specialty Filament. The dragster tire treads take 11 hours. Yeah. Any plans on doing a LDO stealth changer kit? Yes, that is on the list of projects. The parts, I believe, are on the way. The LDO kit, I think, is on the way. Hey, Sissy Kid. Color Fab does not hold up well for things like dragster tires. We'll see how this does. This is going to be, we'll see. Thunder Keys. Okay, let's get into this. And since Thunder Keys is here, I gave him a preview of this. And thanks for being a member. And Nergora, thanks for becoming a member. You guys see this in the corner here, but this is my hex tray for this build. What do you think? I am really pleased with that. I do have it over extruding a bit. You see I did, what is the Hilbert curve on the top layers to get a consistent texture there, but it's a little more texture than I wanted, but I am really pleased with that. Cats are loving the printer, yes. Could you print the tread at lower temps so full TPU and the inner walls foamed to make them robust? With a multi-tool head? Sure, I don't see why not. Clifford, thanks for being a member. Killer Prince, welcome, and thanks for the gifted memberships. Having Wi-Fi issues this morning. Think I'll move to the garage computer. I'll be right back. See you, Bill. See you in a few. I did this on the Box Turtle. I did. I do not have a lot of print time on the Box Turtle, but I will say that every time I've gone to print something, it's worked. Tuning issues aside, I didn't have to intervene on this at all. I just started the print and go. So I would say that I am pleased with the setup. I haven't run into anything that would say that would cause me any frustration. You can adjust the amount it foams with temps. So lower temps will make it foam so you can vary. Oh, I see what you're saying, Neil. Too many threads going at once. The dots make it hard to see parts. I've been printing the tray surface white because I'm blind. I get it, but to a certain degree, I've got to start. I've been upping my game on these, and this is what I spent a few minutes last night modeling so I could print it out and have it ready for this morning. The Box Turtle is on my Green V2, which has a Revo PZ in it. So I believe it's a high flow 0.4 nozzle, Obsidian. This is the Sirayatech glass fiber ASA, which are all the black parts for this builder in. The silver is 3D Print Life silver. 3D Print Life isn't around anymore. It's an ABS. And then the orange is interesting. So we want to talk about the orange a little bit. And then I promise we'll get into actually turning a wrench. I promise. We're 23 minutes in and we haven't turned a wrench. Did you adjust the prime tower since this shot you sent me? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was with a different filament profile Thunder Keys. It did fine. And something similar, foaming ASA. Nearly Father's Day here. What accessories for the core one should I ask for from the kids? I would say just nozzles and plates is the things that I would start with, Phil. All I printed last night was replacement drag race, death racer parts and grenade dart launchers for the quick. Nice. In what world do you with the hex trays after the build? I give them away. Don't knock it. If you're ever at a show and I've brought some, I try to, as I accumulate them, if I've accumulated enough to take with me to the show, feel free to ask me if you see me there, and I will give them away. So if it is at Smurf, I've been asking for a donation to Smurf. I don't care what the donation is, just some sort of donation to Smurf. I don't need to see it. Just tell me I donated to Smurf, and there you go. Or SMF, Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. Should have asked for the Box Turtle hex tray. You should have. Built the LDO enclosure for my Box Turtle, regardless of the dryer. It's a nice addition to the look. Yeah, I'd like to put the enclosure on there. I just haven't gotten there yet. You should have. Oh, I didn't have any last week, Killer Prince. I wasn't going to a 3D printer thing. It didn't even occur to me to take one. I did have them at Rocky Mountain though. I did see the bike handle grips. I wanted to talk about this orange filament. So this orange filament is a custom color from Z Rencho. So Zirancho is the mastermind behind the Nudge probe and Mad Max. And he and I share a desire for a good burnt orange with some sort of sheen or shimmer to it, glitter, metallic, whatever. So this Sunfire Helix, so even Zirancho isn't quite sure what's going on with Sunfire Helix. So that's what I was getting to. So this is a custom color from Fusion. It is in their ABS 2.0 line, which is their glossy version. They have ABS 2.0 and ABS 1.5. 1.5 is the more matte filament, and the 2.0 is glossy. So Zirancho gave me a couple of rolls of this. My whole intent has been to use it on this Micron, and we're finally there. If we go to, I'm going to bring up the website. So if we go to Fusion Filament's site, and they are having a 25% off sale. No affiliate links or anything like that. I bought a bunch of their stuff. Have had interesting considerations when you print it. Sometimes you have to print it extra hot. But I don't know enough of the specifics to give any recommendations on any individual color or type. The orange I did on the RC car was really nice. Absolutely. The only problem is that's a PLA, and that's Brad's Glitter Orange from Jesse Filaments. And it's only available in a PLA. If it was available in a ABS or ASA, that'd be awesome. But if you go to the ABS Gloss, this is all what they used to call their 2.0. And you have various filaments here. This is not, that's a radioactive going through here. But if you go to the ABS Matte, there's this new one here called Sunfire Helix, which looks awfully similar to this. But even Zirancho doesn't know that this is intended to be what his turned into or not. So I jammed 3 printers with a single filament roll. I've never had a jam from this stuff. I printed my Milo in the red, what do they call it? Excuse me. The Red Dwarf. Red Dwarf is a fantastic color. But anyway, that is why in the description I say what filament I used, but it's not released. This could be a suitable equivalent, but we're not sure. There's that. Are we ready to actually turn a wrench? Let's get to this. We are building the Micron. This is the Micron GitHub, and we are building the R1. So quite a few changes. I wouldn't be surprised, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if every single STL changed. Quite a difference in appearance. We are going to go with the ant head tool head, and ours will look just like this, but with orange. It's printed in Fusion ABS 1.5, cool. There's a printed part configurator. There's a bill of materials and a few kits available. So FormBot kits look to be available now, and LDO is coming out with a kit. I don't know what the details on release for that is. We're at an interesting point in this build because I am basing this around what LDO is doing with it. LDO is sending me a couple of the parts that changed, like the steppers. There are long shaft steppers that are coming in the kit, and some integrated XY joint idlers that they're gonna send over to me. Those are the two, I think the only two things that are being sent that's really changed as far as my build here. They are going to be including the Leviathan and Nighthawk in the kit, and those are what I ordered from KB3D, so following suit with those, but I am going to go with I'm going to stick with my UHP power supply instead of the LDO branded power supply. I have one of those LDO power supplies, but I'm going to save it for another build. Format kit is not R1 compatible. Oh, really? I do see that none of these say they're R1, so I don't know the details to that. Anyway, there is all the printed parts, all that kind of stuff, and then there is a link in there for the ant head tool head. And I will be reusing the BMG parts from my original kit, so I will be building it in the BMG setup. I will be using a Revo PZ again as the hot end and Z probe solution, and go from there. So the continuation of unbuilding is what we need to do. So I didn't have this printed out, so I was using a bunch of these to sort out fasteners as I take them off. Formbot kit updated to be R1 as of a day or two ago. Awesome. That's good to hear. So I think where I want to go with this is continue taking the electronics apart. So I'm going to flip this around and just make sure I don't pinch any wires. Maybe we go to this view here. So this is what the electronics did look like, or looks like with the controller board removed. Home Depot, house plant, just remember that is the father of Trident. Where is that? What do we see there? Been made open source, we have to do self-source. RatRig remove vMinion from their website, yeah. What did I miss? I missed a message from someone? I don't see a Home Depot. Oh, there we are. Thoughts on the Voron 2.4? Voron 2.4 is awesome. I have a biased preference for the Trident. And head is to completely grade until something needs replacing. That's what I've heard. I'm going to find out. Hey, Jeremy. I don't know what the Trident is. Don't know what the Trident is. So basically, if Voron 2.4 is stationary bed moving gantry, Trident is stationary gantry moving bed. This printer makes you look stronger without the comments on the way to the build. Yeah. Hey, Bryce. Hey, the ranch kid. Now we need a Phoenix Trident. No, I don't have room for that. Oh, come on. So, like I said, I had kind of hoped to have this fully unbuilt, because you've seen me do this, and it's probably one of the least entertaining parts of one of these rebuilds. But I just got too busy this weekend. Started it last night, got a good ways along. It won't take up too much time. A big part of today will be confirming that the frame is where I want it in terms of alignment and everything. Well, my trying with Keela, not as much. She just doesn't like there's not the extra room when changing filaments and such. A top hat would solve that. You finished trying to backlash nuts wouldn't be a problem. What if you doing missed the first part of the stream? So Hartk has released the R1 version of the Micron. And this is my partial kit LDO. build that we did a couple of years ago. So I am updating it to R1. It is partially there, but it's with old parts. Is that fixed gantry and moving med makes much more sense. It is more rigid. I'm going to retain this power supply because it just fits nice, and the Leviathan will fit right there. Everything puts all the high voltage stuff back in this corner. Hey, Hasios. Trying this a little easier build. Yeah. Go. We will not be using the U2C in the new build here because it will be the USB stuff. We're going to redo all of this wire management, so I'm going to cut all of that. All your printers were printing at the same time. Could your breaker handle the load? I don't know. One of the fun things I want to do, if I need a stream, is I want to see how many small printers I can get printing at one time on my workbench. How many can I fit on the total area of my workbench is a little over 5 feet wide and 4 feet deep. Now a lot of that's used up by my storage bins and stuff, but it'd be interesting to get them all printing and just go through the process of getting them started on a print and stuff. Moving on through what's different in the R1. That is a good question. Yes, we didn't go through it, but there can be, I think there's a list. Okay, just gonna sit there for a bit. 4 feet or 4 foot? Max number of printers on a bench top sounds like a good competition, way better than a speedboat race. There we go. How many benchies? Here we go. So we turn it into a speedboat race by saying what the you take the number of benchies printed, add up the time, and then divide it by the number of printers or something like that. I don't know. Hey, Benny. Central California experiencing sudden brownouts with that show, yeah. Well, the small printer one wouldn't be too bad. I'm down to clown. Yes, a fellow small printer enthusiast. So I think you would take for the competition, because the average doesn't really look like an impressive number. You'd have to do something like when they're all done, then divide it by the number that you completed. So print time, not accumulative, but at the end of it, divided by the number of benchies you printed. So many wires. I'm not caring about any of them because, well, I want to keep them and reuse them when I want. I don't need to know where they went. Missed it in a bag. Something happening with the V minion. Oh, they pulled that from their regular lineup quite a while ago. The V minion. That's not new news. Fill the bed with benchies and divide the amount printed by the time you might get that world record. This thing is all the tight spots. Was new news to you? Okay, come on out. There we go. Home Depot plant. You can also go back to build vids per vids. Rebuilt several. Yeah, I'm approaching. I think I'm approaching 300 streams. It's a lot of content to get through. Don't those SS relays require a heatsink? So they're derated without a heatsink, Ken. They advise a heatsink, but the rating is severely derated in every way that we use them in 3D printing. We don't adequately heatsink them. There may be some application that's accounted for it, but not that I'm aware of. But this is a small bed. The amount it is derated is probably still adequate for this. Come on. What's the green electric wire? What green? These are all grounds, AC grounds, or protected earth. I'm gonna have to pull this doesn't really fit through the, hard time getting the connectors out. Maybe if aha, there's one. Once one's out, the others should get a little easier. Did you by any chance saw the T250 video? It was crazy with Excel he was showing without the frame flexing much. Impressive little machine. I think I saw a thumbnail for that. I don't know exactly what machine that is though, if it's not that one. I did not watch the video. Is there a difference in the frame size between the 160 and the 180 on the Micron? That's a good question. I don't remember if this was the one that it would actually fit before or if it is actually bigger. I suspect it's bigger though. Nurgle might have a good answer on that. In the US, ground is green. Yes. I keep meaning to buy a bunch of wire for the main stuff in the European colors because I think it's better. And it would be easier to kind of distinguish everything, but it is green. Bob, welcome. 250,000 Excels. For all the new Visios, cats are Oscar, Orange, and Felix Black. Yep, this is Oscar. Where is Felix? Felix is around. Oh, you. Here. There's Felix. Okay, that was nice and quick. Ooh, and that. Lose it. Start pulling all of these. I'm going to make the tray 3MF available. I can. I very much can. I should just throw it on my existing printables page for the hex tray. I could throw the Steve Builds one I did on there. And I'll probably do it as I'll probably just release a step file because the slicers will import steps. Will all of them import steps now? Yeah. Someone could modify the step. I can release the fusion file too. The way I did the hex pattern is I took I centered a pattern of 10 millimeter hexes in this square, centered that, patterned that, and then I patterned that sketch across the rest of the tray and just omitted the center. Then I had at least a bunch of hexes in the sketch that I could then go and just kind of randomly, or mostly randomly, pick ones to extrude down 3 layers. And then I did that as color 1, and then color 2, I did the silver bits. The Micron is a little bit of a challenge in the same way that a V0 is. You need to pay attention to your pre-installed nuts. Does anybody see the pattern? That was unintentional at first. Once you see it, that was unintentional at first, and then I went with it. I liked it. Multiples of these. How did this thing come out? Yeah. Good job, Greenbeard. G2Z XL. Well, G2Z XL, absolutely not. I don't think it fits in here. I think you need to do the regular G2Z if you were gonna do something like that. I thought about it, and I think I'm just gonna stick with the NEMA 17s. Print PPSCF just because it needs 350 to 370 in the hot end. Micron is more challenged than a V0 and that much of it is self-sourced unlike V0 kits. Well, that's getting less and less the case though. More and more kits are becoming available. There we go. Where did you go? Screw. Where'd it go, Oscar? My garage is relatively clean now. I had to clean it up because the little D&D comment earlier I forgot to return to. One of my coworkers has a friend who has kids, and my coworker is running a simplified D&D campaign with them. So they went out to Hero Forge and created some characters and downloaded the files and were printing them on my Saturn 4 Ultra. Go. Getting there. Many characters and minions. So I did a test print of this itty bitty little character they call Pixie, and it first try turned out very reasonable. I've got a few more to do. I'll start those today after stream. I picked up a filter, heater filter combination for my Saturn 4. It actually sits in the cabinet here next to me, I finally figured out that I didn't have to drill holes in the cabinet to get power up into there. There's enough gap in the front of it for me to run power. So I made some little brackets to hold the power cord out of the way, and it's sitting over there now. The reason I bought a resin printer and got into this hobby in the first place. Nice. For printing characters and monsters. Well, these things have got so much little detail, and they went crazy on the Hero Forge detail slider. I don't know how it does it, but they put all the things in. Hey, Ketrel. Okay, we are getting there. Everything is well. Oh, this is going to, so let's do this. Bye-bye. Let's turn it on its side, because I'm going to drop the gantry as soon as these are all loose. This guy is really wanting treats. Hero Forge models can get incredibly detailed and thin. I was impressed with how well it did. There's another screw on the floor. Better Puma, how are you? The mill has been turned on and trammed. Before we went to Barz Bash, Bill stopped by a little early, and we spent some time going through and tramming the head, and its first chips were in steel. I did some little bit of cleanup on the Send Cut Send brackets that I'm using for the Auto Z. Tired, just mowed my lawn in this 90 degrees, 90% humidity weather. That does not sound fun. Okay, let's go. This stuff, I guess. Bill is about 2 hours away from here, but we were driving together down to that event, and so we wanted an early start, so we came early, and we took the opportunity to play with the mill. Yes, to most everyone, feel young. I had my 76th. Happy birthday, the Ranch Kid. Everybody say happy birthday, Ranch Kid. There were other birthdays. Who else had a birthday in the last day or two? I think I saw someone, and I'm drawing a blank right now. Happy birthday, the Ranch Kid. My cats love watching the Cat Cam on your stream. I think my cat's on Team Oscar because he just watches so intently. That's awesome. Morden. Of course it was Morden. No, actually it was someone else I was thinking of, Morden. Let's everybody say happy birthday to Morden. Morden just had a birthday as well. Hey, Jonas. I feel like I'm doing this in a poor order. I'm just hitting every screw I can find. And let's put these in here. What's up, buddy? You really have to disassemble everything. Yes, it's a complete rebuild. Plus, I really want to just confirm the frame. I want to take a little extra time. What upgrades? We're doing the R1, which is the first major revision on the Micron. Okay. So that is out. Let's just go ahead and pull the gantry. No, disassemble number 5. That's funny because I just watched up in my feed came one of those all about like history of movies things, and it was on Short Circuit last night, and I watched it because that was a great movie when I was a kid. .8 or 0.9 degree AB motors? That's a great question. I don't know. Does anybody know? Thunder Keys, are you still here? I think you had some info, or who had the info on the LDO Micron? No disassemble. Motors, what I can ask Jose. Ain't broke, don't fix it kind of guy. Well, if I took that attitude, I'd have to do new builds for everything, and I just don't have room for that. So I've got a certain number of printers. I just have to say they are for doing stuff. I introduced my 9-year-old and my 12-year-old to Short Circuit the other day. I kind of backfired because they want to build one. You know what? When most of us or any of us were watching that, the idea of building one wasn't even a thought or an option. So isn't that kind of amazing that it is now? Some printers devices take up the available slack room. So he's got way more. I have optimized my spaces for the builds, and there is a certain level of, some of them don't get used as much as they could, but also they end up being available for like testing revised parts or testing modifications. So hey, projects. 1.8 degree motors. Okay. Hey, Kyle. Okay, that was good. move this thing around without too much trouble. And we can pull the rest of these. These washers out of the way, that out of the way. You're on, it's nice, you're gonna love it. Well, I mean, early revision R1 stuff is on here. Much of this is early R1 stuff. So, okay, these, I'm going to pull these out because eventually those are going to come out anyway. Others, yes, over here. Building an Arctos robotic arm kit from West 3D, almost Johnny Buck. Nice. Little washers that I lose. Looking forward to this one. I have a soft spot for Micron. Hartk did an awesome job. Very much so. Very much an awesome job. Okay. Still gonna, oop, there goes one. There goes another one. Saw where this one went. You just want to be right in the middle here. It doesn't fool me. It's all about the treats. It's all about the treats. You're getting rid of the yellow. I know. I did think about that. But I really wanted to use this orange, and this orange is pretty fantastic. So, you know, we're talking about printers and being able to use them for, or at least my use of being able to try different mods and being free to take a printer down to try a mod. Every one of the parts for this build were printed on my Core 1s. Every one of the parts for this build were printed on the Core 1s. Which means I was able to get I actually used the exact same profile for the Fusion parts and the Sirayatech ASA glass fiber parts. Exact same print profile. And they turned out pretty good. Doing your Mark 4S to Core 1 conversion now. Awesome. But what that does, what that really does is what I talked about in one of the previous Core 1 streams, is the Core 1 for me, just like the Mark 4 before it, has always just been the printer there that I can throw prints at, and I don't really have this big list of things I want to do to them. So they're just workhorses. That doesn't mean that my Vorons aren't workhorses as well, but it gives me the freedom that I know that if I take something apart or something stops working, that I still can get parts out with those. So that was kind of what this was, is print all the parts on that, see how they turn out, prove that I can do that, and it gives me the confidence to be super flexible in what printers I use for different builds and modifications. Okay, let's go ahead and take this thing off. How did the mill setup go? It's gone pretty good. It's not done, but did tram it and did do some cuts in steel on the little auto X feed mod that I made. It's not done. I haven't taken the time to go back and finish stuff. I've been bouncing around between things like prepping for this and very nice. This girl's all kinds of interested or annoyed. One of those. Any opinion on linear rods as rails? No. I mean, it's another option in the motion system. I don't know how they fare or compare in terms of weight and how they behave at high speeds for input shaper and that kind of thing. I know the printer that Jeremy and Joseph have been working on uses linear rods. Two cats came in earlier this year. Who's this? F. Hudson? Welcome back. Oh, there we are. Haven't seen you around for a while. I gotta say, seeing your little kid and friend had me confused for a minute. Yeah. Yep, we ended up with another single brain cell orange kitty. We ended up with both meme cats. So we have the void kitty, house panther, whatever you want to call them, and the orange cat. And Oscar does have all of the orange cat energy. Okay, you're not wanting to come out. We go that way. There we go. Oh, using the structural or speed profile on the Core 1. Oh, that's a good question. I think I'm using the speed profile, the GPs, but I'd have to double check. Since we are having fun. Of course I am, always. to be remembered for the crying stream. The other better when herbally elevated. Well, I was thinking about giving them the last of the catnip bar or popsicles or lollipops today. I think that's gonna be the treat today. Oh, I got I picked that up and it was lighter than I was expecting. Where do these go? Hey, Mr. Kloshek, starting my Voron build, ordering parts, following your old live stream to build mine. Tons of hours to watch. They are long. Yep. So thanks for being here. Ordered both on my Voron. Structural works really well for engineering materials that don't like printing fast. Is he any? Oh. Hey, one solid cube. Hey, Mark. Oh, we are almost there. I am gonna leave the tray and stuff in place. I think we can check all the. I don't think anything sticks down below the surface of the frame. During the channel when I started my Micron build, it's a great help during figs, stayed for the cats and the builds. Well, thanks. Letomi, thank you. Oh boy. Okay. Just think all of these are under the level because I want to be able to set it on my surface plate and just see how it's fitting. That one sticks up a little bit, so I think we can go. There we go. Yep, nothing from that stuff sticks up now. sticks above the level of the extrusions. Gonna take Puppy for a walk. Now we're fishing, building a Micron. What fun. Okay. These guys. Now, feeling these, I don't know if I want to take those off and re-grease them. This is very light now. Just kind of feeling where everything is. Everything's nice and flush. That doesn't mean it's square. This is just a first check. Yeah, full rebuild. It will have an enclosure, yep. It has a built-in acrylic panel enclosure. I wouldn't mind at one point going to a bare frame on this, if I can find a space gray one. That's nice. Okay, there's a couple of spots I want to kind of tweak on here, but I think I'll do it on the surface plate. So I'm gonna move this stuff around. This off. And then... Hey, Captain Kern. Is this a kit? Did you self-source? Can you recommend? So this was a partial kit a couple of years ago. LDO is preparing to release a full kit for the Micron. So Hartk has just released the R1 version of this, but I don't want to build a scratch build. So I'm taking the opportunity to just update what I have. So it'll be a lot of what I do here will be applicable to what they're doing for the kit. There will be a couple of minor changes. I'm gonna wipe any bits down on this just to get rid of the dust. Mostly top surfaces. It's been in a cabinet, so it is not dusty. Just little bits. What do you mean? Surely you need another printer. N+1. There is a point. There apparently is a point where N+1 is not as important. Okay, surface plate. Dust free. This is right at 12 inches and the Micron is just barely over 12 inches. So it is going to just barely fit on here. Itty bitty bit. There's no perceptible. Like if I push down, I can't feel that move. There's a little bit of tap on it, I can hear it. But that's really good. That's even better. There's nothing to change there. Block won't flex. Yeah. My panels on mine have micro cracks everywhere. Have you used IPA to clean them? That'll do it. You go full stroke and start upgrading the old ones. That's what I'm doing. The N+1 applies better to functional printers. Well, it's the whole 1 is none, 2 is 1, you know. This surface plate was just sourced from Woodcraft, which is a woodworking store here in the US. There's a local one here. It was easy to pick up in person. It is not grade AA or maybe even A. They say it's A, I think. For the purposes of what we do, it's fine. You don't need AA certified, whatever. This is really handy for doing some stuff with the machine work and measuring things and making sure stuff is flat and not twisted. I do a lot of putting extrusions on this and seeing how they feel. I didn't put IPA directly on the panels, but I have let the IPA evaporate from the bed. So a lot of people use a spray bottle to spray their bed, and the mist from that will cause the AAA, it comes to roadside assistance. Yes, it does, Bob. The mist from that will do a job on your panels. Now, thanks to you, I have the VZ bot. You have a Hevort. Did you see me before I was doing all this stuff in Hevort modifications? Not Hevort, but the Hevo modifications. It was well worth what I paid for it, for what I do in my garage. Yeah, it's just here, I think it's just a little over $100 for this. Very, very well worth it for what we do. I do want to shift, so I want to see where this is. So let's go here. I don't know that it's not these. So there is a rock there, but I don't know if that it's not the bed extrusions sticking over. That's not expensive for that size block. No, and it's not certified. It's not any of that. So that's kind of where it is. So those are, let's just go ahead and do this. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna go through and shift. I know it seems perfect, but I'm gonna go around and shift all of these, making sure they stay, and maybe I'll grab a 1, 2, 3 block here to hold things in place. Hey, R3D Remy. Everything else I started when you and ModBot started doing. Oh, okay, there you go. So we did the ModBot and I did the VZBot stream. Not gonna have optimum angles on all of these. Just going through, trying to get everything down against the plate. I think that's the way I started. Hey, Stuart. Going tomorrow to Countertop Shops to go shopping for an offcut. Yeah, there's a pretty good place here in Sacramento that you can get offcuts. I need to go back there. I'm trying. They have a countertop that basically matches this color. I want to see if I can get something bigger than this. Is handy for okay, let's see that. Those are all better. I'm just going flush, and then I'm gonna check all the squareness. What I'm doing here does rely on the extrusions being exactly the same length, which is not a guarantee. So that's why we're going to check everything. Here, just a little tweak. If I remember correctly, I should avoid granite because it absorbs liquids. Granite in general, in a kitchen application or whatever, needs to be sealed. I don't know if it matters for this, because you can seal it. Quartz is nice because it's a engineered material. It's basically epoxy of some sort, right? With a rock or stone or whatever base. Granite can have the natural lines in it that could be stress points to start a crack or break. And the way we're using them when we use that stuff, they're not supported. When you do a countertop, it's all supported by your counters and frame. That wouldn't affect flatness, yeah. Sink cutouts work well. Had to wait until a friend redid his countertops. Every place local to me was charging. Yeah, it is very common to find places that either simply won't sell offcuts, and I'm not sure if they just get bugged so much or whatever. The place I bought when we did our kitchen remodel, I went back there to see if they would sell any offcuts, and then nope. Even if they had any, they weren't selling them. But I found another place here in Sacramento that just has, they're basically about 2 foot, 24 to 30 inches square. Okay, so now, yeah, he's good. That is good. So then I'm gonna grab, where, let's go here. For what we can, get this over here and put up. It's not gonna work very well. It's easy to see. Oops, the other way. I'm doing just, you can't really see, darn it. $438. Hey Jeff, how are you? Things are going well here. Kitchen baths are all granite, but the office desk is quartz. Won't give me sink cutouts that you pay for. Really? They won't give you the ones that you pay for? What do they do with them? Surface plate that's 7 foot by 4 foot. Have you watched any of some of the videos on how they condition and correct the how they condition and correct surface plates are really interesting. Yeah, that's exactly right on the 438 line in both ways. Right there. Yeah, right on the 438 line. I don't expect anything different, but we are going through the process. Right on 438. Let's see, we can do a quick across the front just to make sure. But if this is good, then I'm going to call it all fine. So this is just behind the 468, or right on or barely behind 468. And the same thing. Yep, we are all good. We're going to call it square, and we're going to call it a good foundation for our build. The place that replaced our kitchen countertops said they take the offcuts and cut them down for decorative tile for things like backsplashes and shower accents. Okay. New rev means new color. Yep. You see the colors there in the shot on the table. Put cardboard on and use it for a shipping table. Oh. And want to build a Micron, but after a new shop, money's got to build up again. Mm-hmm. You need to add preloaded nuts. Yeah, we're going to go through the instructions and see which may be there or not. Oh, is Hartk here? Where's that? Hi, Dunk. Hey, LTX Design. Where's Hartk? Did I miss you in chat? There you are. Can't stay long, but just dropping by to say hi. I'll be watching the stream later. Awesome. So, gets back. I didn't mention before. So the manual is a work in progress. The kit isn't quite out yet. My approach on this is going to be, the intent is to provide feedback to Hartk and LDO on the R1 stuff, and to whatever ends up applying to the LDO kit. So what I'm doing here is not in step exactly with the LDO kit. So to whatever degree is applicable, the idea is to provide that feedback. At least that's an LDO frame. If you miss, not the drop-ins will work. Yep, which I have a bunch of. Let's finish pulling this apart. Where is this gantry part? Did have boop on here. Will not be using boop in the new setup. Pull this apart. So we will be going through what manual is there, and then following CAD beyond that. Boop with sensor. This is not a PCB. I didn't do a PCB. I did a bare optical sensor. Leave that then this is all fun to do. Do I have more than that? This won't come off after here, will it? Nope, no such luck. Grab a, I think I have one of the little rail holders. There we are. One of these printed. Decided it's crazy kitten time. Just this aside. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the earlier version of the speed clips things. What are the improvements of this update? Let me get this apart and then we'll go through the, is there a change log of any kind here, Hartk? I don't see it actually on the GitHub. There's lots of little things is one of it. There's gantry changes, there's Z drive changes. In the repo, really? Here, let's see. There we are, change log. Here we go. So let me paste this in just to get, link is in the description. You can get there through there, but here's the link. So AB drive supports pin bearings, pulleys, or screws. I am using pins. So you're sitting down, right, Hartk? I'm doing pins on this whole build. Option for adding a top bearing support. We are doing the supported steppers. Fixed all belt path issues with the gantry. One of my early R1 stuff had belt path issues. So integrated Y end stop and sensorless end stop. We will be doing sensorless in this build. So I'm asking what printer should I get under $400 to print ABS parts for my prototype printer designs. You've got some pretty restrictive criteria there, Zybertech. And you get into a realm where I don't have a lot of experience. And what I mostly do is build, not necessarily use or know much about the commercial offerings in that space. So I'm currently printing parts for Micron on 180, awesome. Gave every piece a low poly stealthy look to them. Z joints, updated the KGLM Z joints so they're less prone to cracking. I am using the bearings since I already have them. I will be using the KGLM joints. There are a rigid option though. XY joint stock build now uses toothed idlers. I will be using the live idlers that LDO will have in the kit. Those are on their way to me. But I will be doing the pinned front idlers. Rear gantry changes, swap the rear extrusion. I already had the swapped extrusion because the early R1 parts were on here. Remove support for the printed Z chain, and I do have it uses a regular 10x11 chain. I'll be using Z chain guide now has chamber thermistor mount. We are going to put a chamber thermistor in here. I may use a Max 31865 boards that I bought off of Amazon because I do want to do PT1000 chamber temps across my printer so I can compare them. Z chain guide, new clicky probe dock that keys into the B drive. X carriage, no changes to the X carriage, but new probe mounts for these. And we are going to go ant head. Z-axis, Z drives now use 152. Keep the entire assembly really compact. Is that what I have? Ooh, I might have to get some belt loops. Okay, that's on my shopping list. I knew that, but I forgot. Screw-driven closed loop belt tensioning, supports NEMA 14 or 17. We're going to use NEMA 17. Hi, Jose. Option for G2Z. It has sick tool head, found it less of a pain than Dragon Burn. BZI idlers for the Z belts, modified BZI to support both tooth idlers and bearing stacks. What are we using? We are using bearing stacks. Option for live idlers, Z idlers. I didn't know that. Anyway, this is where it all is. We will be doing the bed fans and the underbed filter. Oh, I didn't see that digital matrix. It's okay. Those should be, I would expect those to be easy to source. But let's get this apart. There is a Polymaker filament giveaway. We will do that at the usual 3-hour mark, which is about an hour and a half from now. There we go. These are really tight in there. Probably a good thing. My bed rail's sideways so I can run 2 filters. Works awesome. I've not modified something on my R1 in at least a week. Any new ideas? These are really tight. Oh, that would be because I'm trying to pull it from a spot where that's why. Okay. Hey, Bearded Printer. Bearded Printer, thanks for gifted memberships. It's still tight, even after pulling that loose. Okay, there we go. So this is the older version of the pin mod. Not the pin belt, or the quick whatever. Oh, I gotta be careful. Those are not holding on. There we go. Wow. It's just kind of catching and, oh shoot, that was not good. Pulled the rail right out of there. Okay. There, we can fix that. Pulled it right off of there. Should have taken this off. Polymaker filament giveaway filament, solely built VT 2026. That's awesome. If you're still here, Hartk, what is your favorite thing that is changed in R1? He might not be here. Said he wasn't here for long, so. Okay, let's go with it. Fix that a bit. I'm really happy with the new Z drives and the filter and bed fans. I think those turned out awesome. The bed fans look awesome. Always concerned about and it's hard to avoid. I get it. Just the possibility of little bits of filament and stuff falling down into the fan area. It's Z-Rancho. I just pulled apart early version of the speed clips. Gantry is really clean. I've seen so many new builds with clean and shaper results. Gantry is running really well from my experience. Awesome. Hi, Simon. I have an older version of Boop on here. It's going away. We will see. We will see how this one behaves in terms of those results. Is it almost, oh yeah, this is practically a full rebuild. What do I have here? This honey badger is what I did on the rails. And I have Berserker Y rails. Dudes. Come on, guys. Yeah, this is basically a full rebuild. I'm gonna leave these together. I'll pull those apart separate. We're just getting all this to the point where we can jump into the manual and is there an advantage to G2Z versus stock, or is it just a preference thing? I think it's a preference thing. Especially with not the Z or G2Z XL, the regular G2Z doesn't really add any like gantry sag resistance. On this printer, it's light. It doesn't matter. But on like my 300 V2, I've used both the regular G2Z and the G2Z XL. And for a larger printer, I absolutely recommend the G2Z XL. It does not sag on that, but it does on the regular G2Z. Are you keeping the color scheme the same? I am not. I am going with this. There we go. Doesn't that look good? It's a little smaller, but the R1 motors are pretty compact too. I don't think, Hartk or someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd be surprised if G2Z XL will fit in a Micron. I think it just needs to be the regular G2Z. It is the retro orange. Yeah, it won't fit. Okay. Okay, we will leave these. I'll find that one later. These as is as well, but let's fix this if we can. I know where. I think we just had one of the small, where was it? Just had a rail guide. Just had it in my hands. Oh, there it is. One of these. Oh, guys, so let's put this in here so we can put this back on here. So this goes to the front. This was over there. This was over here. So this was like this. This goes right like this. There we go. Those fan skirts are really cool, how they assemble. Took a page from your book. I noticed that. I was very pleased to see that. Start trying to display with the heat set holding two parts together. Leaves a nice clean look with no screws. I gotta admit, I was very pleased to see this application, this technique being used in another application. So that you have two different parts here and you insert your heat set there and the melted in heat set locks these parts together. Very cool. Okay, that there, these can go here, there, off to the side. Got a mess, but let's go and see where we start. So we have the manual. So we're gonna go as far as we can in the manual and then we'll be on our own. Hey Garrett, how are you? So here's the thing, all the normal stuff. Talking about blind joints, all the different extrusions, different lengths, the information, and then we are gonna do a bunch of sub-assemblies. I think it has us doing all the heat sets, so why don't we do that? Let's use my handy dandy Frax flex arm. Like to see that on Voron 2.4 350 skirt fans. What about a 300 or 250? Can it only be the 350? Okay, Frax flex arm and heat sets. We Photoshop the color to be green for the highlighted part. That you don't use Fusion to get those screenshots, right? You use what's the other app? These parts. Hi Ella. To take a look at this for reference. Those, and then what are the next pieces that it's gonna want? Those. These guys here. Is that these? Yeah. One in the end here. It is a CAD render, but it's not out of Fusion. I think it's out of, I don't remember the name of the application. This is a very, what is that? Escher or Esh, whatever. Looking at that, I had to look at that for a second before I knew which direction it was. SolidWorks and Photoshop. What is that other program that was being used for renders and stuff or screenshots for a while? Why the flex arm over the stealth press? Because the flex arm I'm using, I can move this out of the way with a very quick motion. Gets it out of the way of the cats as well. It's just kind of turned into my go-to for the workbench here. Key shot. That doesn't sound familiar. There was something else. Okay. Anyway, what are the other things we want to grab? This is not the main body. Those are black. These guys. These guys. SolidWorks Composer. These guys. MC Escher, that's it. Those guys. Two of these guys. And then the bottom. Those guys. Can afford it when it tells you to contact sales. Yes. I haven't printed these next parts yet. I haven't printed these, but I did print this. Hey, Alexandro. Didn't print that. I haven't printed that yet. Oh, we get to do those. There we go. We'll do these. Yeah, see how these go in and then heat sets go in to lock it in place. Got some skirt stuff. Okay, this will be good to get us going. Make sure I don't miss any. So we got all of these. And we'll probably grab this as a secondary angle here because it can be tough to get a good shot. We'll just use this. Ugh. Kyle GB has done most of the manual so far. He's killing it. Awesome. Is it? So I'm about to use the heat set press, and I don't want this guy to feel like he can come up here and get in the way. So let's do treat time. Let's do treat time real quick to hopefully get his, where is Felix? Let's do treat time. You ready? You ready? You want some treats? Oh yeah, Felix. There he is. Yeah, these are the last two of these. This way. Hey, it's right here. Right here. Let's move this out of the way. They know what's coming. They know what's coming. This is catnip. There's catnip in here, purr pops. They are ready. Holy moly. Oh, over here, over here, over here, over here. Now, Oscar's just going for it. You better. Felix, do you want any? Oscar's gonna come over here and get all your stuff. You don't get to grubbing on it. Oscar's basically done. They are catnip lollies. Yep. I will get you different treats here in a second, Oscar, just to get you distracted so Felix gets his share. Oh, good. You got it. You got it finished, Felix. Get the last little bit. This is hilarious. Right here. Right there. You see that? It's right there. It's right there. See? Right there. Right there. Well, the hope is they've had their treats and they'll realize that treat time's over. Lick the rest off of there. You got a little bit there. There you go. What about these? What about these? There you go. Okay. Let's throw these way over here. Hey, Ross. You want one of those? There you go. You can have your own. Treat time's over. You can have any of the little scraps. There you go. We'll see. Last time we did this, they kind of disappeared right after. Andrew, thank you for the super chat for the Feed the Kitties fund. I'll have to go get more of those. They obviously very much like them. Here, right here, buddy, right here. Come on. Last little bit there. Andrew, thanks for becoming a member. Okay. There they go. Let's do this. To the living room to watch cartoons on TV. Okay. Flex arm. Hey, Francois. It's tearing down the wilted tiny bike. Wilted? Did it get a little hot? Okay, heat it up. Let's get some inserts. Get all the inserts on deck here. Put some pics up in the Discord, not to do with PLA printed. Yeah. I don't think I've seen filament in that copper brass color. What is it? This is a filament the Z Runcho had made from Fusion Filaments. It is similar, it seems, to a color they have out there right now, but this is the glossy version, and what they have out there is the matte version. Okay, that'll be good enough to get started. So, this on, and putting all these in, we're gonna grab a Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh. Hold on a second. Let's see. This has worked its way loose. Just very gently. It's the tip has worked its way loose. I didn't notice it until it's already hot. I gotta do this. Wow, that got really loose. How did that happen? That's quite a bit loose. At least it cools down fairly quick. Be able to get it. Turn that a few turns by fingers without burning myself. Yes, be very polite, but it couldn't hurt to make a note to Fusion that it would be an appreciated addition to their lineup. Okay, let's do this again. Pull this off of here. I'm not sure I like my new watch band. I went to grab the ruler I was going to use to hold that thing in, and it's stuck. Nope. There's no more up here. You guys are gonna portable ruler. Yeah. There's no more. You guys can check. It's okay. If I shoo them down right now, they're just gonna want to keep checking. Wrist holster for the ruler. Yeah. If I shoo them away, they're just gonna want to keep coming back up here and checking. So I need them to know that there's no more. You've got it all. What type of things are you planning to print? I mostly print printer parts. Or are you talking to someone else in chat? There's no treats there. There's no treats there. Nope. There's no more treats. Okay. Oh, there's another. Can I get to that with this? Oh, I can. Okay. Let's do it from this side so we can actually see. Test my. I gotta change the springs, it looks like. Yeah, I gotta tighten up the springs. CNC machine, no experience, 3D. Okay. Then I'm gonna change my strategy on this to make it go a little quicker. Flip it over. Just making sure that they are flush with the top. I think planning the continuation of the Chris Russell's or Krusty's Blue Bear rebuild for this coming Saturday. I think that's the last weekend I have free, or the last Saturday I have free this month. So I'll be at Open Sauce the following weekend. And then I have other plans the next. So I think the 12th, I think it is the only day that I have free for a member stream this month. That's all of those. What camera are you using right now for the close-up? This is the OBSBot Meet 2. I love it. It's an awesome little camera. Okay, now I think I have, what is it? Not those. What? Oh, is that there? Yeah, these. There we go. Got angry eyes. I'm really, really happy with this OBSBot kit. I think that should be better. I hope. I need to tighten that flex arm. This is, it just now has decided to not hold up. I haven't had that problem before. I'm trying to juggle 4 pieces here. Might have been a little ambitious. And try to keep it in camera. When things fall over, not if. Okay, let's do... Let's do this, because let's get all the magnets that I've thrown on here, because it's a convenient spot apparently to throw magnets. And let's see. We are going to adjust this so it's not irritating me the entire rest of the stream. Just going to move that a little bit. As the joints wear in, this is not unexpected. So there we go. Much better. Nice and stable now. Let's do these. These are sitting right here. Get these done. Is that soldering iron arm made of 2020 extrusions? It's 1515. It's 1515. This is the Frax Flex arm, Simon. You can find kits for it at the various vendors. Hey, Lewis. We'll probably do a little bit of a rebuild of mine. I don't know if it'll be part of a stream or if we'll do it in Discord or something. Pathetic Puma is sending me some custom engraved, not custom, but engraved extrusions for it. So if you're interested in a special engraved version, then Pathetic Puma Focal Point Engraving is going to be offering those. Did I miss much? I had to leave for an hour and go visit my father-in-law in senior rehab. You didn't miss much. Welcome back, D. Norris. I'm just continuing. We're at the insert a bunch of heat sets. So the Micron manual suggests going through the parts and just get the heat sets in now, which isn't a bad idea. So that's what we're doing. It will just make the rest of the build go a little less interrupted. There are two different basic styles of heat sets I have in here. That's why I'm grabbing. So I'm sorting them, sort of. They're all the same size. They're just a little different knurling on them. It's not important to sort them. It's just me. What's those colors and you realize you're a Broncos fan? This insert here, I think you can find it on printables. If you go to my printables page and look for remixes on the Acro Mills trays inserts, Kyle Isa did it. Pretty sure. I don't use these inserts anymore. Those are for my Weller iron. Okay, that's enough. So we've got a couple that go on the bottom here, and I don't have a great flat surface on that. So great flat surface. Grab a 1, 2, 3 block. There. I don't know if these should be flush or a little under flush on this one. Kyle is at H. What's your favorite style of heat set? The Voron ones that have the smaller diameter at one end, or the standard ones that are more coming out with that smaller idea at one end, like Amazon's? You should have, whatever style it is, it should be these with a smaller on one end. If they're not those, and they're probably not the proper heat set for what we're doing. Now, do these actually get installed under flush? Let's find out. It should probably say. Here. Yeah, this is the pin version. Is what I'm doing, and there might be, it says 2 additional. Using screws in place of pins, your part will look slightly different. Standard ones are meant for more injection molding, not 3D prints. Correct. Well, the preference is the ones that are meant for the application. So you want the heat set ones. Heat set versus mold in or whatever. Okay, it doesn't say anything about going under flush, so we will not. I didn't think about the use case. Thanks for clearing that up. That is the, I mean, back in the day when I was building my Hevo, the default setup was using heat sets, and their recommended heat sets were those mold-in style. And a common mod, which I followed along with and did, was doing nuts, like nuts in pockets and stuff. If they had been the proper ones recommended, it might have been a different story on what people's preferences were. Yes. One of them. I actually don't need to put, no, there is a brace that goes across there, right? Yeah, we'll still put the brace in, so we'll put these in. Since I'm using the Revo PZ, there isn't a, oh, that was not a good reference surface, because that's not flat. Go on the end here. Yeah, and that is angled a little bit. It wasn't fully inserted, so we're good. Get just on the corner here. Additive Adam, thanks for being a member 20 months. Better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. What are we talking about? Okay, that is a good surface, so we'll go here. Where'd you go? Chris, welcome. How are you doing? Did you get reminded that I exist today? What might have reminded you that I exist? Oh, I see what you're saying, Bob. I get it. Yep. But the weight, the fraction of a gram that I add to there might make a difference, perhaps. There is a built-in support here, so this works pretty good to just kind of. I was talking about that earlier because I need those for this build because my M8P or Manta M8P failed. I don't know what. I don't know why or what happened, but. Okay. These guys. Save weight, skip heat set inserts. Seriously? Seems like a valid strategy to me. It's the difference between 20,000 excels and 20,005 excels. These that I don't really have a great way to press them in because there's a ridge all around here. I'm just doing my best to get it as flush with the part as possible. Something about heat sets that you wouldn't normally think about is having it flush is actually important in most applications, because if you have, let's say, does this come on here or something? Yeah. So these parts mesh together, and that's not the correct part. Let's see which one actually goes here. these parts lock together. So it's got to be. There, that locks together, right? So if you, what iron press are you using? Looks like one that articulates. So if you search for Fraks, F-R-A-K-S, flex arm, you'll find it. That heat set that's going in there is a screw is going through here, and this is getting bolted together, right? If that heat set is under flush, then when you tighten that down, it is going to have a tendency to pull until it touches this connecting surface here, which means you're compromising the strength of that insert when you put enough torque on it to pull through. If you leave that flush and it's already up against this surface here, you're gonna get a much better connection with that heat set. So in cases, it can be the difference between a part getting loose or not. And it's something I don't know that I've ever seen anybody point out, how important it is to keep these as flush as possible in this pull out configuration. You're pulling them out, you want to take advantage of this surface here so that that doesn't move. All it's allowing the connection that as it was melted in, as it was heated into the part, to be as strong as it can be. Did I explain that adequately? Does that make sense? Oh yeah, absolutely, Bob. If you wouldn't mind putting that link out there, that would be great for the Fraks flex arm. The flex arm does require a particular setup for your bench. I mean, you need to be able to clamp it somewhere, just like any like magnifying light or anything like that. But it works really well for my use case here because I can get it out of the way of the cats. Not push it all the way in and use something flat after to get it flush and flat. Yep, absolutely. But I don't know if anybody's actually explained why. You're told a lot of things. You need to build this way, but why? Why should it be built that way? Wall mount. Okay then. Bunch in here is just a heat set stream. Just heat set things. Mine in colors to match my Hartk soldering iron. Nice. No, I need a Fraks. So let me plug, because I get nothing from plugging these. Most of the our favorite vendors carry kits for this, and Focal Point is doing engraved extrusions for them. So. What happened here? What are you guys doing? Are you a little wired? Huh? Where's Felix? There you go. Let them go do their thing. They'll be back. Still working on redesigning my light mount for the flex arm so it's useful while inserting the heat sets. Oh, that'd be handy. Having a light, yeah. This is why I put my glasses on here, so I can get a better look at when that is flush or not. The other thing that I haven't done that I probably should be doing is, where I can, making sure all my surfaces are flat. Just barely touch that. That's all it takes. A little bit of that. Get in there, because there's a lip around the edge here. So, where we can, just gets any high spots off so that they fit together better. How much is the heat iron rig? I don't remember what the kits are costing. Ours is $55 if you need absolutely everything, but it's a configurator, so you can save a few bucks if you already have shims, magnets, etc. Nice. I am using a pencil. No, I'm using a TS 102, I think, on this. TS 101. I'm using a TS 101. I'm using a pencil on my other heat set presses. And I'm using the CNC Kitchen tips for pretty much everything anymore. They're just so well done. I also just got a few of the V2 heat set removal tools. I haven't tried it out yet myself. I've tried it. I should cover the different heat set removal techniques. I kind of just like some of the ways that I do it better. It probably has its use cases where it's handy. And it's probably a little more consistent for most people than the way I do it. Removal depends on if you want to save the part it is coming out of. Yeah, it's not going to be too advised to expect to reuse the part it's coming out of in any case. I'd like, maybe we can get Scott to do a test, since he has all the setup. We can get Scott to do a test of the strength, if a heat set hole, how compromised it is if you remove and reinstall a heat set. That'd be a really interesting thing to see, actually. I have this iron intentionally on a low sleep value for the cats, because I want it to be as cool as possible as soon as possible when I put it away. So it means I have to manage have to hit the button, because apparently the motion control for it doesn't work. In my experience, 400 Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature for pulling out your heat sets. If you're in a set too high temp, that makes a mess. It does. Are these all done? Those, and those. I'm actually getting a little low on heat sets here. I need to go through and recover a bunch. I haven't had to buy heat sets in a very long time. I bought the 1,000 pack from, I don't remember their name, years ago. And between spares that come in kits and recovering heat sets, I haven't had to buy much of anything. Okay, now I get to do one of these. So this is important to make sure that these parts are held together as you're putting in the heat set. Yeah, Neil, have you ever put together the Sirayatech 12864 screen mount for a 2.4 or Trident? This is how that goes together too. So this kind of thing, this right here, this kind of solution is basically what I live for in terms of working on design. So on the 12864 display for the Trident, I wanted to put an accent in front. There was a mod that was out there with an accent, and I wanted to do it different. I wanted to do it in a different way. And attaching it without visible fasteners was a big goal. And I don't remember what the thought process was going towards this, but at some point I realized, ooh, that might work. So that was where that came from. So when I'm looking at printer designs and other people's mods and stuff, it really gets, I get really excited when I see other things that people have done. The nudge from Z-Run-Show, just the methods of getting stuff to work without any specialty parts is very much what I like to see in our space. These clever solutions. What was it? I saw something not too long ago that had, let me see if I can find it real quick. I know where I posted it, so. There's a mill in the background. That's a Precision Matthews 728 VT. Something someone did. Posted a link. Give me just a half a second. It's too far up here. Oh, there's something in Silly Butts Alchemist. Copy this link. Little sidetrack. This is a time-stamped link. Let me mute this. They did something. Oh, what was that? They used square nut. Oh, they used a nut on the side. So this is what I thought was pretty clever here. So you have square nuts, and to keep them from spinning in the plastic, Silly Butts put a screw on the side on one of the flat faces. And I thought that was really clever. I love stuff like that. So you put that screw in there, and now you can put more torque on the screw that's going in without worrying about it rounding out the hole it's in. So. I noted that for, you know, future design ideas. Okay, where are we at? We're doing this one. That was especially topical when dealing with the 3D set stuff early on in that the Reaper build with those square nuts that kept turning, or maybe they were hex nuts. I think they were hex nuts turning in the frame. I ended up using super glue to try to get them to hold long enough to get some torque on them. Starting an engineering program. Yeah, I saw that, Brain Twist. Have you found as you get older, you tend to not feel like you're in competition and more respect your fellow engineers and the clever ideas they have? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm 100% on board with whatever clever things, whoever comes up with it. Yeah, Bro Dama. Hey, Nappin. Okay. We are hopefully close to done here. Got those, not doing those, did that, not doing that. Haven't printed that yet, did those. Oh, we haven't done the skirts or the screen. Skirts and screen. You know what? I'm not gonna do those. We're gonna move on to build stuff, because I don't think we need anything more. I can do those off camera. We're not gonna need those today anyway. So there's all the filter and skirts and stuff. We can, I imagine you've seen enough heat set inserting. Didn't you forget the accent piece for the Micron logo on the fan grills? Is there a piece that goes in there? Is there a piece that goes in there? Well, let's see. Let's, maybe. Oh, it's the black behind it is the accent. There might be an option for that seems like a prime location for some sort of flashy RGB vomit thingy there. Hey, Queasy Diver. No accent piece there, yeah. Okay. This is getting into the frame and Z-joints. So since my frame's assembled, we'll be skipping a lot of this. We have, oh, we should probably check to see if the heights are at the right spot. I've got this printed. I did print this. There it is. Well, can we check that? It is at the right spot. It's kind of looking here. They are at the right spot. It didn't change, so. And then we have all these little accent pieces we can put in. So let's do that. Let's get this stuff out of the way. It's 12:48, holy moly. It's 12 minutes until we're gonna give away some Polymaker filament. Any minute we should see Grant's crew come in. I would expect. Usually right at giveaway time. We are over 50% like ratio here, so that's good. Okay. You are an awful lot of Star Wars to not have built a droid yet. No kidding. That is so true. That is so true. I'm gonna have to remedy that someday. Here's a little frame. Nice and square frame. Now it is probably not, see that? Tells you my table's not a good build surface. Because that's not like that on my surface plate. Yep, it is perfectly square here. BB-8 is always fun. And we should probably, I could have been on something here. Didn't wipe it down. So let's see. Okay, I was rocking on something, but still. Hold the giveaway till 80% likes. We will talk about it and we will make sure it's on someone's mind, but we don't make it a requirement. Pieces here. Okay, very simple thing we're gonna do is replace all these yellow rail stops. Grab all of those. One, two, three, four, five. One more. Hey, buddy. There it is. Okay. There we go. Oh. R2D2, BB8, BD1, or another one. Are there plans out there? Because I was watching Matt Denton's of older video he did of the little balancing single wheel with kind of the cone head, I think it was. Hey, Macria. So a quick explanation of the R1 main changes. Yeah, if you go to the link in the description, there is a change log in the GitHub. That would be the quick. D0. Yeah, that's the one. That seems like a good one. There are basically, I think every single STL in this build changed to some degree. I also want to do an experiment, and when we get closer to it, I want to start reminding, especially as we get the raiders coming in, make some call out, you know, for subscribing and all that good kind of stuff. So that'll be one time per stream, right around giveaway time. I think that's worth it. Hi, Icon. Just looked it up on the Wikipedia. Yes, that is correct. Not a dad joke and not a typo. That's a nice one. Printed drawing, not built any, just looking longingly. Yeah, I want something. It really appeals to me to do some sort of balance. Something that needs to balance. Needs some electronics and stuff to balance. Not just drive around or whatever. It's unstable. That's appealing to me to try. I can set up a bot for that, but I don't know. I want to see how this little experiment goes. Yeah, we have 5 minutes till giveaway time. Okay, I'll check that out, Maurice. What are you doing there, Oscar? What do you see up? Oh, Oscar, right there. was standing up and putting his paws here, and he saw something. The package from the treats. I was wondering what he was looking at. That's hilarious. Okay, back over here. What do we got? 4 minutes. Not sure bot makes much. Exactly. Reading stuff in chat isn't gonna, I don't think it's gonna make that big difference. James Bruden territory. James Bruden is a madman. James Bruden's ability to design and create parts and the frequency and the cadence he does is insane. That is Voron CNC. That is a Cascade. You're doing a Gagamate upgrade to a Gaggy espresso machine? I don't have one. I haven't even considered that. Have any plans to do a Jabberwocky on any upcoming builds? I am going to put a Jabberwocky on my box turtle build. At least that's the plan. When I think LDO is going to send me a kit to do that, and we'll check it out. With the Apple AirTag color reminded me of the cat from Men in Black. What size build plate does that use? 180. I think it says 185. Just make sure these are all. Sticking out the sides at all. They don't have, they changed the old part had a little part that slots into the extrusion. These new ones don't. It's just a difference in print orientation. Jabber is having issues. Hear the same from your end. Yeah, there's a delay on, I was just told there's a delay on getting the kit to me because of some issue. Oh, I had a post insert nut in here. Isn't, oh. What is so good about the Jabberwocky toolhead? It's just a cutter built in, and it's just a different design. Okay, let's look at the instructions here for a second. I did that on all of them, but we should see some instructions. Here we are. So we're going to start looking at making sure we have the right number of pre-inserted nuts. It is just about giveaway time. NH36 is having a few more teething issues. LDO is addressing them. Seem to be the Jabberwocky stock for the bad version of the Nighthawk boards. Oh, I see. Upgrading my cheap DeLonghi CP machine myself. Post insert nut clarity. Oh, got the bad version of the Nighthawk boards. Is that the ones where they don't connect? They're having trouble connecting? I saw some chatter on that. What are you doing for box turtle cable? I'm gonna try CN Linko. I did a whole series on the box turtle build, Norris, and I ran it up the back of the printer. I ran a CAN cable. I am running it over CAN, is that right? Yeah. Probably came in late as a bomb for the Micron R1, same as the R0. There are some slight differences. You'll want to check it out. No, this is a new problem. I know, Thunder Keys. I saw the new problem with the resistor. Okay, Giveaway time. It is officially giveaway time. And your folks' chance might slightly increase because we haven't had the raid in from Grant yet. So there is the link in the pin post and the description. I will take the opportunity that if you are not subscribed and you like what I do, then subscribe. Hit that like button, all those good things. I close the giveaway link or the form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. Get over here. Get ready. It's good to know I just got my Jabberwocky kit on Wednesday. Look forward to the release of the new BTT Gen 2 boards. Hurry up before the raid. So 3, 2, 3 Steve seconds, exactly. As it should be. Oh, we got one. 3, 3, 2. Time to keep some chat, harass them about it. 1. Grant's place is still going strong. Okay. They had a couple of guests today, so. Oh, there's one. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Steve the Builder, are you aware there's an enclosure kit now? Oh. And half. I'm gonna get one more. Okay, everyone's in that's gonna be in. Okay, great. That. Okay, GJ, you were the first one in. You were in before I posted it to the stream chat because I intentionally put it in the description quite a few minutes before I put it in stream chat just to see if anybody would notice it there instead of the pin post. And you did. Who got in last? Schlonky. This is not Schlonky Kong. This is a different Schlonky, I think. Yep. Yep. I turn it off once I'm done counting down to 3 seconds. And come on, the Home Depot house plant. You were here the whole time. Okay, here we are. And so let's do some number between 23 times 3. There were 23 countdowns. Oh, it is you. Awesome. Let's do a number between 1 and 23. Let's do a number between 1 and 23. I can't call it Schlonky Kong anymore. Let's see, 83DP, you said 7, let's do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, spin. Who do we got? Who do we got? Gradik Raj. Gradik Raj, you have 2 minutes to say something in chat if you're here. Congratulations. 2 minutes. Countdown started now. Guess I lost my chance to lose the draw. Gradik Raj, are you here? Are you here? Gradik Raj. You. That's not fun, Phil. There you are. Congrats. Let me get this. Let me stop the timer so it doesn't beep at me. go. Everything looks good. Let me get to the form. That, and you will have an email coming now. Everything's good, everything's good. There, email sent, congratulations. If you're in the US or Canada, coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker store. If you are not, then I'm not sure what it is anymore. If it's a coupon or if you still pick from a list, but you get a roll of filament at least. That email is on its way. Unpin the message and edit the description. And save. Congratulations. Okay, let's close this, clean this up for next time. We're back here. Hi, Carol. Okay, so we are going to be checking. So let's see where we're at as far as positioning. Start with, zoom this in, there we go. Back to the build. Start with one of our pre-assembled A extrusions. Now where is this? Is this in the back? Corner, this corner one will be the left rear corner of the printer. There we go. That is right like this. So left rear, now I have a reference. So we need 2 on the inside, 5 on the bottom, and 5 on top. So we have 2 on the inside here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on the bottom. Didn't really want to do this, but it's probably worth fixing that. What is the best way to do that without disrupting this too much? And see you, Neil. Trying to figure out, because that we need to add 1 more in the top, or yeah, 1 more in the top, and we need to remove some from the bottom. So the only way to do that, there's 2 ways to do that, I should say. We could shift these extrusions, which means loosening at the top and the bottom, or we can remove the bed rails and then loosen the bottom so we can shift it out of the way. Which negates all the fun stuff we did with the surface plate, which we'll have to redo. Whatever. Just do 1. Oh, you're right. I only have to do 1. You're right, Joey. You're right. Only 1. That's probably the best way to do this. We can actually, hey Felix, you're back. Oh, you're both back. There they are. Look at that. How picturesque. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put little pieces of tape here and say how many I need to add or remove from every spot. We're going to go through the whole thing, and then we'll see if there's a picture of a efficient plan comes up. But I wanted to check to see how this is as far as, that's 82.65. 82.35. 85.3. So that's not straight. That's 82.6. It's 85.17. 82.45. These aren't that critical to be exactly where they need to be, but we're going to end up shifting these anyway. So let's know that. Hey, Armor 3D. Yeah, we are going to mark. I'm going to end up shifting these into making sure they're that much closer. Let me see where I put I have some masking tape somewhere. Where did there it is. Let's do a quick map out of what we are going to want to do. So that is the rear. So we wanted to so this is +1 there. And then in the bottom, we need 5 in the bottom, but we have 8. So we're gonna go -3. And then the 2 on the inside are correct, so we don't have to do anything with that. So now we're gonna go on, show, we want 2 on the top on the side, which we have, and 3 on the outside, which we have. Four on the inside, which are the DIN rail mounts, so that is there because they're installed. And then 7 on the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we want to go -1 on the bottom. I don't want extras in here for sure. I don't want them to have to deal with securing them and them rattling. So we're gonna make this correct on the things. And if we end up missing any, then we'll use the post-install ones from LDO. But just marking, we can remove 1 from the bottom here, but the 4 are on the inside and the 3 are on the outside that we need. Just keep this. So now here's back, this corner 1 is the back left corner. So we need 2 on the top, 3 on the outside, which is correct. 2 on the inside of the front and 4 on the top of the front. We have 4 on the top. Do we have 2 on the inside? We do not. We need 2 on the inside here. So right here we have nothing. So we need 2 there. +2. Okay, so now this goes here, 4 on the top. This is corner 1 here, so we should have 4 on the bottom. 4 on the inside we have, and 7 on the bottom of the other side. Okay, so we should have 7 here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So -1 there. 1. And then 4 on the bottom here. Where are we? This is our back. Oh, here. We should only have 4. That's the front bottom, 4 on the bottom. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure there's nothing behind here. 6, 7, 8, 9. Minus 5. It's already coated with repellent, getting sticky. Okay. That covers this corner. The front, basically. This is the front bottom extrusion right here. Corner 4. Okay, so here's the top. So this is corner 1, which is the back left. So we need 3 on top, and then we have 4 on top. 4 on the inside, which we have. So this is -1. We might as well have just taken the whole frame apart and just redone it. But I think we can shift things around and be okay. It won't take very long. 3 on the outside, 3 on the top, 4 on the inside are already there. The other side is going to be the same. No, the back. So the back is 4 on the top, which we have. 2 on the outside. We have 4 on the outside. I don't get this. Top of frame, the B extrusion that connects corners 1 and 2 receives. Attach using blind joints. The rear side is 2 that are required and 2 that are optional. So we're gonna remove 2. I mean, what are they optional for? This would be helpful. So I don't know if this says 2 that are optional. It would be really helpful if it said what they're optional for. Am I missing that? Top has 4 that are optional, 3 for panel clips. See, like this. The top has 4 that are optional, 3 for panel clips and 1 for a PTFE tube retainer. So having this kind of explanation on the rear would be helpful. I'm actually going to remove the one on top because I'm picturing my filament path and I am going to tweak it a little bit. So I'm going to remove, I'm not going to have the PTFE retainer on top. So I'm going to remove 1 from there because I have 4. Now I have 4 on the outside. So I don't know which is, let's look at the CAD and see if we can figure that out. So the CAD here, I'm actually going to adapt this piece to my 45-degree entry, which is going to eliminate the need for this here. And then, oh. These are all the little twist lock panel mounts. They do need a better clock. Which means most of these exterior nuts are not used. Like all the 3 along the bottoms here are if you were screwing in. Oh, there's a screw as well? What? Never mind. I think I'm learning. But what goes there? Let's hide this stuff. There's a screw there, but what's it? This is... Hold on. No, that's an ore. They were, okay, I get it. I'm on the same page. I was going to use the twist. So this is my build where I'm trying all the things that Hartk likes. I haven't tried these. I guess I have a little bit with the VZ bot. But all the things that I haven't gone with. So this is why I was going to do the printed twist locks and see how I like them. First part you hid was the screws variant. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just get all this. So I was going to do the twist clips, which means we need to remove many pre-inserted nuts. And if we go back here, if you go up here, yes, these are all marked as optional. Any of these that are marked optional are what we need to remove. That's what's going on. I am going nutless, which means we're just gonna redo. We're just gonna redo the frame. It'll be easy, not a big deal. Likely easier to start the frame again. We'll just work our way through each thing. I am going to, since I wanted to redo these anyway, let's just go ahead and loosen these up, get these out of the way so it's not impacting us. So these can, do I have screws going through the bottom? I do. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We gotta pull these off. That's fine. We'll semi be redoing the frame. That's okay. There we go. We're just gonna pull these all off because I gotta get to these. In order to take those bed rails off, we're gonna pull this off. I can't believe it either, Home Depot. So are you a new viewer or are you an existing viewer's changed their name? Because I don't remember ever seeing your name in chat, but the little icon looks familiar. Okay. All of that. Now one of these is going to be very loose. So that off. This thing can come out. I think this was the back. Oop, 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 oop. There we go. Yes, this was the back. So let's mark that. You've not changed names, been like that for 5+ years? Okay. Are you new to the channel? Are you new to viewing or watching? So if so, welcome. I just don't remember seeing your name. This is extrusion 1. This is back left. Just want to make sure I note where we're at since we've lost most of our references. This is very, very light. Okay. New to the live stream. Awesome. Welcome. I do this every Sunday. Every Sunday we give away a roll of filament, so you'll know that I mean it when I've counted down to 3 seconds. So since we're basically redoing everything, we're just going to go back up through here and confirm what we're doing. So it's the back corner. None of these are, the rear ones are not optional. So we're going to add the one to the top, and we are going to remove the 3 from the bottom. So we're going to, I think we're just going to do this. Loosen that, this. Comes there. We're going to add one to the top. So let's grab a thing and a thing. Also kitty cam. So we can pull that off. That is interesting. Pull this out and put it here. This guy can go in the end. That's the one in the top. But the interesting thing I noticed is that extrusion. Look at that. Tightening that screw. I must have too many ugga-duggas or not strong enough aluminum. Hey, Amilis. Hello. Okay, and then we're removing 3 from the bottom here. That's really weird because none of the other areas. Did I really ugga-dugga that? Screw off the end. 3 off the bottom. So we want 5, and there we are. 5. And 2 on the inside. 2 on the inside. 3 on the outside are optional. So was this the way that went in there? So that was the top. 2 on the inside, yep. And then the 3 on the outside were optional, so we're getting rid of those. I'm gonna do something else here. Just put this in just a couple of threads. Actually gonna change up the fasteners we use up here. So let's pull this out and this out. Let's pull all these out so I don't have to do it on one side. I'm gonna grab some square nuts for the frame. So these should, because I'm gonna be adjusting those, so I don't want them to try to lock into where it was before, since that is probably coinciding with a do these go? Hold on, let's check something. I may have to file down these peaks as well. Okay. There's 5 on top. Is the one that we need. Let's get rid of. Yeah, in the middle. So that's the one. I just wanted to make sure that the extra one is in the middle. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go a square nut here. That's for that one there. And then we'll put a no drop nut in the middle for the middle, and then a square nut here for the other frame side, and then for the end. These are for the belt cover clips, I think. That goes like that. Face cam, oh, face cam did freeze. Wonderful face. Which one is that? It's not that. There we are. Hi, I'm back. Weird. Cats aren't frozen. Cats are fine. They're just still. Okay, what can I do? What is the best way to flatten this? We got a raid? There we are. Hey, Grant and friends. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Grant, you brought him over here too late to win any filament. Hey, Jimmy. Oh, this is a great idea. I don't know if I just file that. Here's what I'm concerned about. This is bent up right in the slot. So if I try to shift this, am I going to be fighting that bit that's sticking up? And we thank him for the better odds. How were things, Grant? I honestly think, since that's right below those extrusions, I think a file might be the best, because if I try to just squeeze this with my parallel jaws, I'm probably just going to bend the whole slot in instead of adjusting that little bit. Yeah, I think the trying to, easy to do now, hard to do later. Yeah. Only a little bit. Ooh, I have an idea. Would it work? Yeah. What if I took these and use it as a backer, and then yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. I want to try something. We're experimenting. Put a screw through it, pull the nut up a bit so you can use the nut as an anvil. Dremel burr would work. 10 seconds with a file. Can you rotate the extrusion so it's on the inside or somewhere less impactful? Oh yeah, absolutely. We could, and that's probably the right answer. actually. Robin B's answer is probably the right one. But we're gonna play. We're gonna try. We're gonna see if this is effective. I, to some degree, kind of doubt it's going to be. But there is a nice flat spot on here. So I'm gonna put this right here. Right there. And I have nice short screws and a washer. Just grab a washer here. Nice short screw and a washer. Get the welder on it. You can just turn the extrusion. That's the smart choice. That is the smart choice, to just turn the extrusion, put it to where somewhere you can't see it, and move on and actually make progress on the build. But let's see if this works. So what I did is I have a backer there and a washer and a short screw that's not going to bottom out in the extrusion. And I'm just tightening it down and see what happens. Get the welder on it. I just want to see if this is going to be effective. I want to try 2 washers. Two washers and a longer screw. That's the way I have that set up. Let's 3 washers. I don't want it to bottom out. Yep, it's over there. Tighten that down right over the spot. Oh, can we get it to focus? Look at that. Look at that. Compared to that, it actually worked. It actually worked. I mean, it's not 100%, but that was a far more effective than I thought it was going to be. Get it right over the middle there. I can feel it because it doesn't, I mean, you feel the resistance in tightening it before it really tightens, which means I felt it actually bending the slot back into position. Yeah, that is amazing. That actually worked. Fun. I had no idea if that was actually going to work, but I think it's going to be good enough. I don't feel like it's going to catch on an edge there. Okay, so this one goes in the middle. That one's going there. Put these back in. Lost that nut somewhere. Oh well. That one goes there, and this one goes here. Yeah. This guy goes back in the end. the outside, which were optional, 2 on the inside. Is there anything that would be useful to have that still loose? I don't think so. But are you still going to rotate the extrusion? Is there value in that? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's any. It's hidden right now. Any little marks that I put in the top of the extrusion there, which aren't much. Did this one do the same over here? Yeah, it did a little bit. We'll get, not as much as this backside. Just tightening this side down. So I'm just snugging. We'll take it over to the surface plate and get everything together on the rest. So that's that one. Move around this view. So we are going to remove one from the bottom and all 3 from the outside. Turn away for a bit and the frame is now even less put together. Yeah, no kidding. If I would have thought about it, I wouldn't have messed with the surface plate earlier. It didn't take long, so. But these guys. Hey, John. Finish the Trident build. What a great little printer. Awesome. Went with the 250. Very cool. I'm glad you like it. Okay, so those are all just going away, and then we're removing one from the bottom. Oh, well, that's interesting. I knew that I had to remove one from the bottom, apparently. Oops. I knew I had to remove one from the bottom, apparently, because to keep one from rattling, come on, you can do it. I put a set screw in one. Let's take the set screw out. That one's gone. Let's take that set screw out. We'll put that over there. Okay, so according to this, should have 7 in the bottom. Those taking a little bit. Okay. 7 in the bottom on the sides. Yep, and those are not optional. What did you use to hold the nuts? This is a little no drop mod thing. It's just little printed pieces. There's a couple of versions. This one, as you can see, the screw can bottom out on. It deforms it a little bit. There's another one that doesn't do that, I think, but I'm not going to redo them. I'm just going to reuse what I have, since I'm going to have plenty of extras now since the. Okay, so that goes to the bottom, goes there, and we should have the 4 on the inside. Yep, that's for the 4 on the inside, 2 on the top. Hey, John. Well, we're paying attention to step 1, and we didn't really expect to go this far back, but doing what we got to do. Doing what we got to do for the build. Do you remember the 1x1 or the inline stack? What are we talking about? Is the cat cam frozen now too? No? Just sleepy cats. Okay. Where are we? We are. That was the rear. Yep, corner 1. Corner 1, 3 outside, 2 inside, 5 bottom, 5 top. 2 top, none on the outside, 7 bottom, 4 inside are the mandatory. The front, so 4 inside on the other side. We need 2 inside on the front. What gets mounted there? Let's get mounted there. This can go away. Oh, I see. It is a... Oh, are those actually needed? Because I'm not mounting a pie right there. Oh. I'm not mounting a pie right there, so that's not actually needed, right? Those 2 on the inside front. The only 2. I'm going to use a Leviathan. Yeah. Any extra that I need, John, I'm going to use the LDO post-install nuts. I just want to make sure I get the base number. But this one, these are indicated as 2 on the inside here. These 2 are indicated as mandatory, but you don't use them if you're not using that pie mount. Does it say anything about that before adding? There are 2. Then all nuts in as shown. So those are, I would change these and maybe put a note that these are for a pie mount, and if you're not going to be mounting the pie there, that they're not needed. So I'm not going to put them in. So we're going to get rid of that piece of tape over here. So the 4 on top we have, but we're going to fix this. So we're going to do our same little, we're going to swap those 2 out for square nuts. Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna have to remember all these because I just lost those. Is this from clear anodized? No, this is the space gray. There's one. This one's coming out. Putting a square nut in its place. This one's coming out as well. 2 square nuts. The extrusions are space gray. Yep. Bit of extrusion repair contraption in place. These are not as bad as the back ones were. Less. Now. That one you can barely even tell. Wow. That worked way better than I thought it would. Okay, so that goes there. And then we needed none on the front, but we need a bunch on the bottom. How many was it on the bottom? 7. So we have more than 7. What is that? Oh, that's one of the LDO post-install nuts there. So let's take that out. Do they still sell the space gray? Oh yeah, space gray seems to be what, I mean, just about everything's available in space gray. That's been kind of the Oops, our little LDO post install setup. Okay, so we need 7. 7 on the bottom. No. Here we are. 4 on the bottom. We only need 4 on the bottom. Corner 1, 4 bottom. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's the top. This is the bottom. Here we are. On your Frax arm, did you do the flat head or button head version? Flat head? Flat head. The halo is borrowed from the... So there's that. Need to try to keep on track here so I don't lose track of where I'm at. This was the front, 4 bottom, 4 inside, 7 bottom on this side. And I needed to remove 1. So. Did you do the bearing upgrade? I did not. It was recommended by Turtle Crawler that the non-bearing one is a little easier to tune. The bearing one is harder to keep from sagging. Oh, and I've got the same thing here. It's that screw holding 1 in place. So get rid of 1. Okay, so that's the tape. That goes to the inside, 2 on top. Not exactly the way I wanted this to go, but these are the things you gotta do. Oops, I forgot to remove the 3 on the outside, since we don't need those. Get these snuck past sometimes. There we go. The limit of my circuit breaker, 2.4, 350 bed at 115. Prusa Mark 4S bed at 100 and 2 poly dryers. Okay, there we go. I think that's the end of the bottom extrusions. Now I think the critical parts on top are, where's the back one? So only the 4 on the inside, I think, are important on the top. So let's just do this. This will be easier to just pull this out. The head of the screw is just big enough to make it fiddly to get these out without removing it. So those, and then the 4 on the inside are the only ones. So the tops can go away. Maybe you already mentioned it. Which Z mount are you going to use for the gantry connection? The spherical bearing version. Okay, so make sure we have 4 in the middle, 4 here. I think there's any others that go on here. Oh, hey Nate, welcome. Hey, thank you for becoming a member, Nate. Appreciate that. We are doing the next member stream this Saturday. So that's those. I'm just keeping it somewhat close. They must have all just heat cycled at the same time. Oh, yeah. I think we can just go through. So what is the next one? So then this is corner 1, rear. The only ones that are important are the 2 on the outside. We don't need any on the top. So yeah, let's keep going in the direction they're suggesting. So 2 on the outside, so just 2 on the outside. That was a long drive. That's always a long drive. 2 there. These all go away. We don't need any on the top. 2 on the outside. That's it. What are the key features of this update? There's some major revisions in the Z motion system. There's ant head. The rear cable chain moves from the front of the gantry extrusion to the rear to keep it out of the way of tool headboards and stuff. Hey Rob, you're not going to hear this, but you're not live. It sounds like giveaway was all done. That's okay though, your name wasn't drawn. You're good. Okay, there's the back, and then we work through here. The only one is the 4 on the inside. We knew that. So there's the 4 on the inside. 4 on top are not needed. Do the handles, like the updated motion assemblies, I feel like they work so much better. None on the outside. There are handles on top. I don't know if should I put them? No, there are handles, but I actually don't like handles on a V2, on the V2 style. I have them on printers, but I've formulated the idea that they are a bad thing because it's easy to grab the handles and twist these top extrusions, and your Z idlers are attached to that extrusion, and you're going to change your belt tensions for Z when you twist that, because there is no mechanism right now for anti-twist. I want to see how, if I did do the top handles, how they get attached. This thing is so light, I don't think I need it. Yeah, they just clamp on, so we don't need them anyway. They just clamp on. Yep. Yep, I see that. There's one, see? That's why I have the cat open. Anti-twist, I think the top handles are a little useless. Nobody wants to lift something heavy at the end of their arms. I use it all the time, but I do carry them that way, but I'm super careful about how I'm putting forces on it. But I am also not trying to do a 350 with that weight. I grab it from underneath the skirt. I usually grab it in the, not underneath the skirt, but in the side. Yeah. Okay, this was that. That takes us to here. We have the 4 on the inside. Then I think this is the front, the only one, so we're gonna remove the 3 on top, and then we can re-square this frame. And I don't think I'm going to put the handles on this because I can grab it from just about anywhere and move it around. Okay, let's get back over here. Work. I'm just going to put this back up on here and should be able to the V2 has a top hat that adds some anti-twist that'd help, and I'm thinking lifting it from a lower CG would be a lot safer. Let's loosen both of those. Make sure that extrusion is all the way down. Push this here. There. And then we'll do the same over here. And I know I'm in the way. My longer screwdriver here. Just work our way around. This, I'm actually pushing down on the carriage here. That's a good reasonable spot. Well, I just screwed that up. So this should not be there. Redo that one because that's adding Bring thickness there. So when I do this, bet you that shifts down. I couldn't really tell, but it had to have. Make sure this is good on both sides. Oops, I need both of them to be loose at this point, because if this is pushing this up, then I'm not getting a good reference point on the corner. I'm pulling down with my finger here, down and back into, I'm holding the 1, 2, 3 block here with my thumb, and then my other finger is pushing down and in on this extrusion. And that should give me the 3 directions of all of them. Do the same thing here. And we'll check it, and we will go one more round of it if we need to. This one's a little more difficult because it's further up, but it's still doable. Corner. Okay. Those feels. Catch up on chat. So you'd be lifting the extrusion, not the leveraged handle yet. A few people have followed that attended, got lots of stickers. Oh, the Barz Bash, yeah. Reverse the center skirt panels on my 2.4. It's a fairly secure lift point. Oh, cool. That'd be cool, John. I am going to be at 3D Printopia. Is anybody here going to Open Source in a couple of weeks? Yeah, that's all feeling good. All feels good. Wish I couldn't swing the cost this time. You're going to Open Source? I'll see you there, John. That slab looks very handy. It is. The trick with Open Source, if you want to go, is to decide you want to go at the end of the last one. Be at 3D Printopia, awesome. Yeah, the orange is gonna be good. Okay, let me do a quick check on the, I mean, everything should be fine. This is more a factor of the extrusions being square and they're bolted up than anything. Yeah, that's a 438 on the nose. So I don't think that this will change based on what we've done. 438 on the nose. .438 on the nose. .438 on the nose. The last we did. Just checking this real quick. .468, right on. .468. Okay. Oh, Jason. Thanks for the super chat and welcome. Bit of a long walk, but doable. Oh, nice. Walking distance, nice. Happy Sunday. See you at Open Sauce. Yeah, I'll see you there. Positron team will have a booth there. And then what is the ETA on the Micron Plus R1 kit, Jason? Couple-hour drive, yeah. Yeah, do you have an ETA? Okay, so this now can come back over here. Get to the next steps. We'll be in 2 to 3 months. Beta tester is working on Hartk. Yes. Get out of the way. Oh. This is true, Bill. I believe most beta testers will finish building soon, and after some wrap up, we go to production. So just so everyone's clear, this isn't a beta build. This is me doing the R1 update on my existing LDO partial kit, but a lot of what I'm doing here is going to be in line with what the LDO kit is. So the a lot of the parts I'm using are going to be the same, that kind of thing. What hopefully we get out of it a lot is feedback on the manual and stuff like that, and to what degree it's finished now and the part. Okay, so we did all of this now. So we have the bed extrusions, and these are all dark black, so they're all mandatory. So let's pull this up, see what we need. There are none in here otherwise. Did they just fall out? No. Okay. So which way were these before? It doesn't really matter. We've got 2 in the top. We have 1 to the inside. Now, does this include all of the ones that we'll need for the filter and all that stuff? 2 on the bottom. 2 top, 1 on the inside, 2 on the bottom. Let's look at the check my social media around Murph. Our support Jose already built one, Micron R1. Yep, and it was very well done. The machines at Murph were nicely done machines. See you, Just Push Print. Okay, I want to look at this stuff. Doesn't look like any fasteners to the outside. See all the way through there. So nothing there. Now this is going to use, looks like there is 1 fastener in. Way back there. Okay, let's hide some of the stuff. Let's get it. Whatever. There we go. Just hide a few things. I don't see anything else in the side for any of this. Looks like it's just the 1 for this bracket here. So it is just the 1. Those are easy to add later. We don't actually necessarily want them in there right now. We really only need the 2. We only really need the 2 on the bottom. So those are going to go on the bottom. These are going to go on the bottom. Everything else is accessible. What do we got here? Catch up. Okay. Let's go here. And we are not using, so the LDO kits, at least the partial kit I'm building off of, had the bed extrusions that are full length. So if you see here, they go all the way, and we do blind joints to hold them to the extrusion below. Now, what this one little thing this does, Jason, that I've noticed is having this flush here, it does make a little mark on the door, on the acrylic door. It tends to rub right there and you get a little mark. Not a big deal, but this is definitely, like Tuxedo said, more rigid with the printed ends. It's a lot easier to twist in place, which could theoretically shift the way your bed is sitting. So this is probably better, but I would maybe consider, and this would be a Hartk thing, but making these about 1 or 2 millimeters short, and then you inset them just a little bit evenly on both sides, or bias to the back or whatever. But I wouldn't consider that a big deal. These screws, I think what these, screws for these. One of the extrusion doors would do a thing. Yep. So it's there. Just one potential solution. Don't know. That's the thing about all of the extrusion door stuff is too bad the designs don't work well for an inset door instead of having to put it on the outside, because then you do have to deal with all those all the skirt pieces and whatever not lining up. Okay, let's see what dimensions. Oh, with the printed ends, it is more important to put all of the pre-installed nuts in. I don't need to because I have access to the ends. Would a new printed drill guide need to be made if those two are offset by 1 to 2 millimeters? It would be a different offset from the end, yes, for sure, Stephen. That and that, front bed extrusion, blind joints. Some kits use blind joints for this instead of the printed brackets. The same hardware is used for blind joints as well. Start by threading the screws into the nuts and sliding the extrusions over the screw head. Okay, here we go. 82.5, 85, and 82.5 is the... Okay, so Micron 120 on the bottom, Micron 180 at the top. So we want 82.5. It's this to get that close. Here's what I'm gonna do. Instead, grab my calipers. I'm gonna go out to, what, 97.5? .97.5. This stuff out of the way. This isn't final positioning, but where did I ever go? It's this one. Try to do this all. We're gonna put that right there, and we're gonna grab a clampy clamp. No. What I want to actually do is start at the back. And here's why. Because if there is any difference in the length of these, here, let's find out if there is. No, there isn't. Okay, never mind. I'm going to start at the front. These are very, very slightly longer, it appears. So I'd rather it stick out the back than the front. Oh. So we're just going to clamp this off to the side. So that gives me a reference point here. I'm going to hold this right here. Push this. There. It's just started. Oh, now we can. There we go. Okay. See you, John. That, yeah, it does stick out the back. These are slightly longer than that full length. And I think if we just do this, make sure this is square. And that's just not taking any effort to hold it in place, so. In the process of getting stuff reprinted for a V0 rebuild and going to be doing a Micron rebuild and upgrade to R1. Your initial build was super helpful for the wiring. Awesome, glad to help. Rashab. Have a good one, John. Okay, so that is, yeah, that is good. So now that I'm noticing that this is very slightly longer, I think I tried to center these before, and that's probably what caused this to rub on the door. So I'll let it push into the back on the acrylic here that you're never gonna see, rather than, and I'll leave it flush on the front instead. And we'll do the same thing to this side. Oops. There we go. Square. Close. Now push it into place. Go. Oh. Corner bracing triangle pieces help prevent the frame from twisting when lifted with the handles. Yeah, I'm sure they would. Absolutely. Okay, so that goes there. That, hold that, sneak in here, and that one down. Okay, so let's see how we did. Let's see how we did. So should end up with 82.5 in here. $82.68. Why is that? How can I be almost 0.2 millimeters off? Just the overall. This should be, oops. Make sure this is square. Oh, yeah, that is 112.65. See if we're consistent. Actually, measure it here because the jaws make it very difficult to make sure I'm not introducing an angle. So I think I should just measure it here. Hold that. $97.46, because I can hold the caliper flat against the extrusion here. 97.47. 97.52. Six. 97.50, which is this side. Let's see if we can get even just a little bit closer. It doesn't matter. This doesn't need to be this close. Let's see if I can do what I was trying to do here. I need to get my thumb right there. Pull here. Let's do that. Same thing over here. Holding it flat with my thumb, pulling the extrusion to it. What is this? Upload, all STLs are there, but the Micron frame. What are we talking about, Kyle? Let's see where we're at now. Do that. Move this in. 97.50. 97.45. Why is that? It's held there. That's there. Let's see what happens there. 97.5. 0. Talking about stealth fork. $97.51. 97.50. I'm sorry. I do like getting things to that point. I screwed this one up though, so probably going to end up regretting chasing a 0.01 millimeters. I'm at 0.01 the other way. I'm okay. I'll stop putting you guys through me chasing unicorns. That is, and the middle should be 85 millimeters plus 30. So let's just see how we are there. This is going to be a result of variations in the extrusion lanes, but we're at 114.73, so we're 0.27, 0.28 different. For these extrusions, it doesn't matter. 7.5. there's going to be some impact on whether these are perfectly flush, because that's where I'm measuring from. So if this is all not exactly, was your frame out of square? I tuned in partway through, so I don't know if you rebuilt the frame again. No, it wasn't out of square. I had to take most of it apart to remove the pre-inserted nuts. So we've spent 4.5 hours today talking about things that aren't printers and then messing with frame stuff. What is next? We're gonna put the bottom panel on. Put the bottom panel back on, or the deck panel, I should say. It's not the bottom panel, it's the deck panel. And since it's off, I get a good dusting where the extrusions were. I'm probably going to need to relocate all of those, but I won't mess with that right now. So there we go. This goes in here like this. Next step, design a micro adjustment rig to make sure that the supports are identically positioned. Shush, Dave. This guy's going about there. That guy's going about there. He's about there. There. That in place. It's there and it's there. Those are M3x8s. Speaking these guys. One, two, three. And 4. Any washers or anything? I think washers got us in the way of the DIN rails, right? We tried to do washers with these. If I can get away with doing washers. Washers would be appropriate. The spot. Where's my tweezers? Grab my tweezers. Thought they were over here. Where are my tweezers? Okay. Are you going to be going with the leaf cutter and beacon cartographer for this rebuild? I am not. I have no plans to do a filament changer of any kind on here. If I do anything on here, it would probably be doing some sort of Mad Max setup or something. I'm gonna try washers here. Hope they don't get in the way. What, hey, Hartk, what prevents the printed chain support? I meant to ask you that, but I forgot. Printed chain is really nice if you can get it installed without breaking it, but they are so fragile. Off the wall question, do you recall what PZ Pro preset you are typically using? Had to set this one to 5. Don't know if that is too sloppy or not. Offhand, I don't know. I don't know offhand, but if you send me a reminder, I can probably look. It might not be super easy to get to. That doesn't sound unreasonable. I don't know. just time infusion. I just need to narrow it. Oh, you'd have to narrow it. Yeah. Belt chain would be nice. I like the belt chain on my V0. Let me try to center this thing around, just kind of visually. Are we sure it's M3x8 for these? That's an M3x8 tightened down. Am I missing something? Instructions say an M3x8, but should that be an M3x6? That's even with a washer. That's even with a washer in there. Let's try an M3x6. Another M3x6 sacrifice to the floor. That's what I'm here for. That is what I'm figuring this build is useful for, is to find these little things. 6. Do you have a video installing it in a Trident? I don't, but it's not going to be any different than installing it in my Green V2, which we did on that build series. Okay, now we can enter this thing up. May have to remove these washers if it gets in the way of the DIN rails, but I'm leaving them there for now. Okay. Now we can put these things back on. And these will have to shift around depending on where we put the electronics, but these are the M3x8s. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, good. Okay, that's... Okay, so let's take 2 of these down this way. There we go. Set that in there. These guys here. At least loosen these so we can shift it around. Over a bit. Okay. And it looks like those are, I can use washers with these. The washers are not in the way. It wouldn't be a bad idea here, to spec a washer here just for a little bit of extra grab on the panel. There. There. Over. Cool. So those are not in their right spot, but they are attached. Okay. Okay, now we can move on to the, what was that? Lost a fastener of some sort. It is probably not important. So these are M2x6s, which I still have here. So let's grab those and let's grab those Z joints. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. New Z joints. Different shape, stronger than the old ones. M2 hardware though, because they're going into MGN7s. And then the IGUS little bearing here. So IGUS bearing goes in here and well, and then bolts to here. Just put these in here. Z joints look like they're a big improvement. Yeah, definitely a little more beef. Go. This one. Another one. He's in. Oh. Hey, Arcade, is the LDO kit going to come with the bearings, or will it be rigid? Rigid Z on the kit, interesting. Has anybody tested, like, I'm curious if there's a noticeable difference in like input shaper results and stuff like that. What happens when things go wrong? If the gantry gets skewed, at what point does the rigid Z parts break when the gantry is skewed? A lot of this stuff, I mean, our printers exist. Our printers exist in 99% of the time in a pretty tram state, right? Things are lined up, everything is where it should be. But what happens when you transport it and things shift around and stuff like that? For something that's for a kit, there's a difference between what's being sold as a kit and for the mass builder who says, ooh, Micron's really cool, let's build it, and doesn't necessarily have all the experience with everyone else, and someone who does understand the difference between a rigid gantry or whatever, and is the rigid gantry the right choice for the kit or not. Okay, now I know where the back is, so I don't need that tape back there. Okay, so these are the rigid joints showing here. QGL is quicker with the rigids too. We'll see. I try to look at this from a average builder point of view. There's a difference between the average builder and an enthusiast builder. And an enthusiast builder is going to do this kind of stuff no matter what. The average builder is going to build what's included in the kit and not necessarily know what is what and why. I would highly suggest, even if you recommend the rigid setup, have the bearings included. Okay, what is that? We get to build some of these fancy new Z drives. And I think what we'll end up doing, build one of these and then call it, because we're at 5 hours. So we're gonna build a Z drive and then we'll come back to it next weekend. So let's see. Okay, so here's something I am doing on my build, because I bought these for the original build and I don't know if they didn't get here in time or something, but I did buy the metal pulleys. So I bought these a long time ago, the pouch pulleys. So that's what we're going to use here. So we don't need to deflange a pulley. This is if you had printed pulleys. I have printed pulleys on here right now. Oh, am I going to need the belts? I might not be able to get very far on this, but we'll see. So now we're going to do the stack. So let's take these apart. So we didn't actually unbuild the assemblies here, or what's included in the LDO kit. Nice. Well, that's perfect then. Yep, I know, Wick Central. I realized that after I said it. Would I have those belts? Would I have those belts from anything else? Okay. What do we need? We need 150 something millimeter belts. Oops. Okay, all of this is not needed. These can go. Might be what was on the jetpack. I'm gonna look in my belts box then. Yeah, these are 188s. So let's pull all of these apart and get the part. Those are not in any way. Did you see my hex tray? Okay, did you see my hex tray? Oh, good. Then I don't need to empty it. It's not like it's organized, so just dumping it into something else would be sufficient. I need to organize it probably in between streams, but I'm pretty pleased with it. I kind of tried to take some, because he did the hexes in the oops, not that one. This one. Tried to take from the display. Here it is, in the display, just the pattern. Tried to go with that kind of look. That's not needed, that's there, that's that. Okay, I might have jetpack belts then. Yeah, I'll put the step file for that out on my printables page for the hex tray. I'll put the one with my logo I did on the build a while back too. What's in there? I'm gonna do some serious fastener organizing before next Sunday. Okay, GT2 belts, timing belts. If I have them, they are in this box. This is GT3 belt. Both of those are. I bought a bunch of that from Fabrico quite a while ago. That is way too long, I think. That's 2 pieces. Yeah, that's way too long. That's an empty bag. Lots of miscellaneous belts. These are 200. What are these? 188. 110. What are these? 110s. What are these? 140. 150. Woohoo! I have 150. We'll try it. We will try it for the purposes of assembling one of these, but I will probably obtain the correct belts. Yeah. Where did I put the ones that will work? 88, 10. Where did I just put the 150s? There's a 150, 2 150s, 150s, okay. You use 150 on the dev machine? Okay. Okay, that means no spare part there to build a couple of, yeah, several. There's enough GT3 belt there to belt a Phoenix and a couple of 300-ish size printers. That's what I specifically ordered that much just to have to try. Okay, so this is all, these should be the same 47mm shaft. Is that what this is? Where did I just put my... Where did I put my calipers? Oh, there they are. So we're gonna put this together. Make sure that I have the correct. It's the same shaft as before, right? It's 50mm. Is that a big deal? It'll be fine? Or is it a problem? Was that last belt you threw in the bin one of your Z belts for the Micron? Oh, very possibly. I did throw it out there and I do have belts all over. Oh, it's set up to use up to a 60. Oh, nice. Okay, that's good. This is the printed version. Okay, so we need the shims. Those are washers, not shims. These are shims. Yeah, I'm going to use these. Should have done G2Z, nothing like that, another $300 to build, exactly. Your M5 washers will be different here as you're using pouch pulleys. Oh, Well, let's see if we can figure that out. What we got here? We have, that is flat across there. What is this distance here? 16 millimeters. This is 15 and a half. But the position of the pulley is definitely different. Trying to line up flats to flats. Oh yeah, that's definitely different. Oh. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build one of these with the printed pulley. Did the pulley itself change? Did this printed part change at all? Because we'll build one with the printed and then we'll look at how it compares and change our spacing to make this line up with that. So we'll build it with the printed, which is this way, which means, so is this saying, since there's no spacer, oops, since there's no spacer in here, does this butt up against that? So does that go like that? No, we'll need the printed part. I think we'll need the printed parts here to actually figure this out. That's okay. Let's see. Let's grab a few of these. We're gonna need the printed part. Look at how this all goes in first. So we have all of these. I need all of that, and then we're going to start with this printed part. There is, but there are two versions to assemble. This is the one that's in the picture, so that's the example we're going to go with. So to leave this loose for right now, do the two spacers, 1, 2 bearing, and 1 spacer on the other side, bearing. And I think we are going to loosen this. Oh, now everything is loose on this shaft. You have extra brush shims from your Mercury 1.1 kit. I've got a few extra shims of various styles and sizes and everything. Just a few. So now this is going to go in here. That goes there. Where does that go? It's got to go. There we go. So that does not butt up. Oops. That does not butt up against there. So and then this, yeah, all that extra space there. That's good. All that extra space there. Yeah, that's pretty much, oh, that's kind of neat. It pretty much lines up such that this 50 millimeter is exactly to either end of the thing. So let's put that in right there. And tighten that. And this. Go there. Off the top of my head, the fronts. Oh, well, I'm figuring this out. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to have fun figuring this out. I want to see if I come to the same conclusion you're going to type. So. Okay, so let's clean that off because there's something cruddy there. I need some grub screws. Where did I put grub screws? Here somewhere. There they are. Extra grub screws with Loctite on them. I'm just going to do one. I'm just going to do one right now. So I'm thinking there's probably 2 on either side. That's probably the reasonable guess. Let's see. 1 and maybe more, but we'll see. We'll see what 2 does. And then 2 over here. This other one, where's the other piece here? Not that one. Where'd the other ones of these go? There's one. The other ones. There they are. Here's the other one. So that's that setup. So we need 3 on this side, 2 on this side is what it's looking like. Yep. Is that correct? No, you're fine, Kyle. I'm just being silly is all. Top of my head, the front single washer becomes 2 or 3. It becomes 3, apparently. We are running a little long. That's okay. I didn't really expect some of the stuff we had to do, so. Yeah, that will work. 3 in front, 2 in the back. It does clear here in the middle, but potentially another 0.5 millimeter off of the pouch side in this little thing here wouldn't hurt. I don't know how much it clears, and it may be just fine. I wouldn't complain if it wasn't done, but to even up the clearance between the two, a little bit might not hurt. There, pull that towards that front bearing, that down, this towards the back bearing. Is that is our stack. I would print them washers the correct thickness. What kit for the Micron is that? This isn't a kit. The original build was off of a LDO partial kit. But the rest of it is self-source. Originally, I used a Big Tree Tech Manta M8P for the board, but I tried to turn it on last night to get the configuration backed up, and it didn't turn on right. So I ordered a Leviathan, since that's what these kits are going to come with anyway. Okay, so that is on. So it was a Big Tree Tech Manta M8P and a EBB 36. And we'll switch to the Nighthawk and Leviathan. Okay, so then we put one of these belts on here. Off topic, but I'm building a 0G. Where did you get the STLs for the touch screen? I made them, and they should be out on my GitHub. Thor, right? The link is in the description to my GitHub. So we're gonna put this belt in here, and we're gonna lose all the shims that I put on there because I didn't pay attention. Then we're gonna put it back in. Then we have this with some M3x8s. Okay. So belt in there. And which is the cover? Must be this one. Doesn't that look good? That looks so good. I don't need another project. I don't need another project. It doesn't work there, Steven. That doesn't work. You can say that all you want. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I did it on that piece, but I did not clean these up. And that is a lip on the edge here. So need to go from this direction in order for that to actually be effective. And make sure you don't knock that off. Because there's a lip there and around here, but not right here. Worship here is the best. Thanks, Thor. Little lips on there are purely aesthetic, give a nice shadow line to the part and makes it look really clean. I agree, I like it. I noticed that on many of the other pieces. I didn't notice that before I took the file to it. Luckily, it's not an aggressive file that I'm using, so you can't even tell I touched it. That orange, look at that. Look at that. That is what Hilbert Curve is made for. Shimmer there. Hilbert Curve works so well with a silver or a sparkly, whatever. Look at that shimmer. Still going. Yeah, for a little bit. We're gonna get this thing, get through one of these, and then we're gonna call it. This corner holds it all together. And no pressure, just perfect execution. Find your tensioner housing, printed part, and mount it to the previously assembled component. So these are matched. There are pairs of these. Let me see, I'll grab. I've got 3 of them. I have to have the correct one in those 3. That goes that way, that's the wrong one. So that is the correct one right there. I picked a carbon filled, or a filled, it's actually glass filled, but a filled filament for the black to try to capture a similar kind of sheen as this orange, or at least complementary. I think just a black filament wouldn't have hit the same. M3 by 25. Don't think I have those in here. Those are new for this bit, so M3 by 25. It's gonna be in here, I think. Yep. It is on the inside, but doesn't mean it can't be pretty when you can't see it. Okay. Okay, so motor prep, 1 small pulley, 10 millimeters from the mounting surface. Where is one of these I can grab? Go. Exactly. Get the old stuff off. Is this the same offset or is it different? It looks like it's probably a little different. Looks like it's a little further out than the old ones. Yeah, it looks like the old one to there was 7 millimeters. So we need to move it 3 millimeters out. It is exactly flush with the end of this. There's also a window on the bottom of the Z drive that you can use to check the belt. Install the motors in the Z. Cool. It looks like this is 10 millimeters is pretty much on these steppers with it flush with the end. Yeah, that is right there. So I'm not going to tighten those down with the final tight until I confirm that. But flush with the end is what you do? Cool. You can't guarantee that, so the measurement there is better to have in the manual, because you don't know exactly which steppers you're going to end up with. That part, and there are those all the same? Grab one of the 4. Yes, they are. So I'll grab one. And in 3x8s with the wires going in that direction. tight. Not tight yet. I like how well highlighted the active parts are in the manual. I've seen a few lately that have been very unclear. Yeah. Okay, so let's see how that seems to lock in pretty good. So is this, is that? Cool, that's 10 millimeters. This could be another way for people to check, is you can just make sure that this is flush with the top of this printed part. Potentially. Okay, tight. Goes in there with M3 by 20, a couple of washers. M3 by 20, that would be these. 1 and 2. So if that goes like that, goes like that, there's our adjustment screw. This guy, yeah, it is tight. Let's see if we can push that down. There. Yeah, I think that's a little, like, it's exactly, it is probably tensioned when I tighten this in here, because I can just get a screw in there. Yeah, that might not even be. Just hold down, yeah, hold down. I'm not gonna really tighten them down, but I feel like that is probably, tension now. But M3 by 16 goes in there. That's the next size. Must be one of these. No, that's 18. One of these. Look at the bottom and you can see the motor pulley with the belt on it. Oh yeah, right through there. That's a good add. I would say it's hard to tell. I would move the pulley on the stepper closer to the stepper by a half a millimeter or maybe a little more. Just looking at the way it's lining up with this. I'm not actually going to change that until, because I am going to get the longer belts, because 150, is that 152 millimeters or at 152 teeth? So if it's 152 teeth, that's 4 extra millimeters. It'll pull us more into the center of that. 152 millimeters. Okay, so 2 millimeters will be still better. So that goes in there. That's what we can do for tensioning. That is nice and centered right there. Once a desired tension, yeah, then you take two. If I recall, you can get to the grub screw if you need to adjust slightly. Can you? I don't see a way to get to the grub screw. Don't see a way on these. Yeah, that's okay though. It's not a big deal. Yeah. I mean, the only thing would be potentially through like the side here with a ball driver. You might, that's a pretty steep angle though. Nothing else that would get us access to that. These, admire your work. Look at that. Okay, so that is the build of that assembly. So that is a Z module. All that wonderful shimmery surface is mostly hidden. I am probably going to assemble the other 3 of these before the next stream, and then we'll put them on the printer when we get there. This was the assembly process for one of these. That puts us, there we go. So there we are. We have a frame and 1 Z drive, which is going to go right here. Right? No, right here. There we go. And you can barely see that pouch pulley in there. Hey, Wally. Awesome. Okay, well, with that, we are going to call it. We're right at 5.5 hours, which is pretty good. Pretty decent amount of time. Saturday will be the member stream working on the blue Bear printer, and then next Sunday we'll continue with this. We'll be deep into the, we do need a blue anodized, or orange anodized pouch pulley. And the intent is that this is pretty good match to the orange anodized stuff. But anyway, thank you everyone who's still here. Almost 200 of you still hanging out. Have a good rest of your weekend, and we'll see you Saturday, and if not Saturday, then Sunday. So take care everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.